2006 to order. We have the, can we have a roll call, please?
With the exception of Councilmember Curry, all council members are present.
City Attorney, do you have a closed session report?
There was no action to report tonight.
We'll have the Pledge of Allegiance next, and then an invocation by Reverend Robert Jordan Ross of the Newport Universalist Society. Please remain standing after the pledge. Councilmember Nichols, would you lead us in the pledge?
Please put your hand over your heart and follow me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing.
You, Lord, who are the God of us all, as we face the duties of this evening and the multiplicity of our tasks, we pray for a truer sense of proportion. Teach us, O God, what is worth knowing. Show us what is worth accomplishing. Help us to safeguard what is worth preserving. Teach us the deeper significance of our work in this place, amid what may sometimes seem to us as mere routine, mechanical drudgery, and irksome detail. Show us the underlying meaning and the larger purpose. Teach us also, Lord, to keep in mind and heart the children and those without strong voices in these chambers who depend on us to faithfully remember them. So may people 7 generations from now look back on our work and say, they were good and faithful servants of their calling. And so may we find new incentive to carry on and fresh determination to finish worthily the task which you have set us. In this way, we do our humble part in bringing nearer your kingdom of righteousness, justice, and peace. So may it be. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend Ross. Our presentations tonight, the first presentation is the Youth Council presentation.
Good evening. My name is Zan Margolis, and I'm the Vice Chair of the City Youth Council. I'm here to represent the entire Youth Council tonight and give you an account of our 2005-2006 year. First, I'd like to have the Youth Council just stand up so that you can see who is here to represent us tonight. Fun group of students, if I say so myself. All right. So the City of Newport Beach Youth Council is committed to representing the voice and viewpoint of teens while striving to benefit the quality of life in Newport Beach by creating experiences that connect teens to the community. And we're going to show you how we did that this year. First, we act out our responsibilities and purpose. We try to act as an advisory capacity to the City of Newport Beach and the City Council. We provide a direct line of communication between the youth of Newport Beach and the City Council. We provide an effective way to organize events and activities for youth and promote youth involvement and interest in community affairs. So this year we have participated in various community events and service projects. We've had guest speakers come to our meeting that have tried to enrich our political knowledge and our knowledge of how we can help our city. And here we go. All right, we helped lead the Easter egg hunt that happened at Bonita Creek Park on April 7th. We not only helped create an atmosphere that was kid-friendly and would celebrate the season, but we had Freckles the bunny there for photographs and used the opportunity as a fundraiser for the City Council as well. A similar event, the Winter Wonderland, also took place at Bonita Creek Park. This provided seasonal fun for over 2,000 people. It's one of our best attended events. And again, was an interactive fundraising opportunity for us. We worked the snack bar. There were pictures with Santa Claus. There was fake snow, and we had members out there playing in the snow with kids, going down slides. It was a lot of fun. We've also been very blessed to have many speakers this year. A favorite is Officer Lloyd Wiesnat from the Newport Beach Police Department, and it's always fascinating to see how many questions we as teenagers have about what is allowed, what our rights are, and we find that's always one of the most popular speakers. Leslie Feebleman from the Newport Beach Film Festival for the last 2 years has given us a really unique opportunity within the youth division of the Newport Beach Film Festival. Again, it's just everything is about providing an avenue for teens to be active within our community. As you guys know, we celebrated the centennial of our beautiful city, and so many youth council members were able to go to the city of Dwart and help make the Newport Beach 100 float. One of the most important events to us is Challenge Day. It targets violence, racism, social oppression, teasing and stereotyping, suicide, alienation and isolation, alcohol, drugs, and tobacco, and negative body image. As we all recall in high school, these are very common things and they're very scary things. So the goals are, by creating a day that serves, it almost parallels group therapy. We are trying to promote character building and self-esteem, conflict management, leadership skills, mentorship, listening and communication, and emotional expression. Anybody that has participated in this event, and it's open to all ages, so we have adults there, teenagers there. It is truly life-changing. They use a phrase that says, go beneath the tip of the iceberg, and it's really telling how we only reveal our surface each day, and when you go below it, you're able to connect with people on a much deeper level, and I think it's important for us as city council members to be able to make those connections with the people around us. Another favorite is City Government Day, which always happens at the end of the year for us. And so not only does the Youth Council have the opportunity to participate in a mock council meeting and shadow some of the professionals that work within city government and learn about it, but we open this event up to high school students of everywhere in the community. And so we had students from many different schools coming and spending the day trying different career options, experimenting within different things of the city. And it's always a very valuable learning opportunity for both us and the students we provide it to. And of course, we're thinking of next year. We'd like to enhance participation with an emphasis on individual commitment, continue to administer classic projects with creative approaches. We'd like to venture beyond our traditional goals and projects to expand the year's agenda, and continue to be positively recognized force within the community, working for its benefit. And we've been very honored to have, Steve Rosansky.
He's really fast.
Steve Rosansky, Mayor Pro Tem, has joined us at almost every single meeting, and his presence connects us to you guys. I think it's one of our most valuable parts of the program. And of course, we have both Sean and Raquel. I don't know where Raquel went. If you guys would just stand up. If we could give them a round of applause. They work very hard. And they do a lot for our council. And of course, it's the students that make it all happen. So one more round of applause for the City Youth Council. So that is all we have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very, very much for the great presentation and all the work that you've done with the Youth Council and the Youth Council has done for the city and those activities. Mr. Rosansky, would you like to say something?
Sure. Just a quick mention of the government day that we had here. I was amazed at the quality of the presentations made by the various students that shadowed department heads and other personnel throughout the city. At our mock city council session, I was also quite impressed with the caliber of the conduct and the questions by the mock city council members. And many people came up to me afterwards and said that was probably one of the best that they had ever seen from both timing standpoint and the quality of the presentation. So my hat's off to you. I urge you to not run against me until I'm done at City Council, but I'm sure all of you would make great city representatives. And thank you for participating in the program.
Thank you.
In connection with the Youth Council, I have been asked to give representatives from Mr. Moreland's class related to a beach cleanup awareness. And this is some of their individual commitments that have been referred to by the Student Council. So could you come forward and make a short presentation for us on what you're doing related to beach cleanup? Tell us who you are and where you're from.
Hi, good evening. My name is Grant Mitchell, and I'm from the Newport Harbor High School surf class. And I'm here to kind of say that we've been going to beach cleanups around here in Newport Beach, and we found some disgusting stuff like inflatable, this is weird, but digital cameras, like inflatable digital cameras, and a lot of styrofoam and plastic bags that we were worried about. So yeah.
Hi, my name is Taylor Ali. I'm also in Mr. Moreland's environmental surf class. I'm just here to say that we do have littering laws and smoking bans in place, but I don't think they're being enforced very well. I think if enforcement was raised, the city would make more revenues from littering tickets than they would from parking tickets. And it would set an example for other people. Like if you saw your friend getting a $500 littering ticket, you wouldn't go out the next day and start littering in front of a police officer. I also wanted to say there's other ways to increase public awareness so that people would stop littering on the beaches. If we put up signs or painted on the boardwalk or painted on the seawall, or maybe even put signs on the lifeguard towers. There's just so many ways we can increase awareness, and more people would just stop littering, and we'd have cleaner beaches.
Thank you. The other two want to say something? Now's your chance.
Hi, my name's Justin Adams, and I'm also a part of Mr. Mullen's environmental surf class at Newport Harbor High School. And I just have a suggestion of one of the ways we could solve this is maybe we can have a trash patrol, and just like the meter maids, as we have people walking around on the beach to catch people littering, as they do catching when your meters run out. And yeah, that's what I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Alexander Gonzalez. I am also with the Newport Surf and Environmental class. We're not only here to just address this problem, we're also here to hopefully have a suggestion for a solution to the problem. Lately, we've been going around trying to have people become aware of the situation at the beach. We have about 800 or so signatures on our petitions, and we continue to work with this. Also, we're working with the Earth Resource Foundation, which they have been a big help to us, and in getting us the awareness we need. And we basically are here to address that this city has had an image on other people that come down here to play at the beach, and we would like to continue to maintain this image by having a clean beach and keeping a beach here, because it's in the city name itself, Newport Beach, and we don't want to lose that. So that's something that I think everyone should know. And we also do want to have a campaign of awareness in the summer that would hopefully somehow get everyone to be aware of the situation here, not just in the city, but everyone that comes here, out of state or even out of the country. So that's what we hope to do.
Great. That's very lofty goals. I think that one of the things that you can do is work with the Youth Council in working with the various different departments that control the signing and enforcement Mr. Zansky, you're on that council. Do you have any other suggestions?
Well, certainly, I think we're all the best ambassadors for the city, and I'm sure you guys are probably out there quite frequently surfing, right? Is that part of your class?
Yes.
And so, and I encourage all residents, when they see people littering or throwing things on the ground, whether they're seeing other residents or people from outside the city, to not just look the other way, to encourage them to pick up their trash. And it's really, unfortunately, I know part of your program is an enforcement thing, but it is kind of hard to catch someone, a police officer catching someone in the act of putting trash on the ground, because we only have so many police officers to go around. But there's thousands of us, and we could be our own little enforcement group and get out there and you know, stand up, stick up for what you believe in. I think that's the most important thing, is to not just look the other way and make a difference that way. I think that's the way that will, by peer pressure, is how we'll get that done.
Okay. Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
your individual awareness. Next, we have a presentation from the Library Foundation. I understand they have another check for us.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Thomas Edwards, Chairman of the Library Foundation. And yes, I do have another check. Tonight's check is for the sum of $111,823. And Mr. Mayor, if you would step forward. It's always a pleasure, first of all, to come down here. It's, second of all, a pleasure to make a presentation to the city for a library which I think is just one of the great showcases of our city. But tonight is a little bit of a bittersweet item as well, because I'm giving you the money, Mr. Mayor, which I'm also handing to the present chairman of the Library Board of Trustees. But in the last 4 years in working with Mr. Harry Hamilton, who is our chairman of the Library Board of Trustees, Mr. Hamilton has seen fit to leave town, and we're going to miss him very much, and I know the council will miss him. He's been a real steadying force for the city, and all of his efforts are deeply appreciated, just as all the efforts for the city council and the continued support for our library system. But I do want to present this check to Harry Hamilton, Library Board of Trustees, and the mayor, and I want to thank not only this council, but I want to thank all the citizens in Newport Beach for their continued support for the library. So thank you very much.
How much is this all total this year, approximately?
Approximately $300,000 or $400,000.
What a great group to have supporting us.
Anyway, but I want to thank the city again, Mr. Mayor, Harry Hamilton, for not only thank you for your support, give you this check, but thank you for all the things you've done for the city. You're going to be deeply missed.
Well, while you guys are doing that, I just want to let Harry Hamilton know that I reject his resignation.
I second the motion.
City council members, this is my swan song. I want to just thank the city council people for all of their support of the library. It is indeed the jewel of the city. It's been an honor and a privilege for me to work with the library and work with all of you during the past 5 years, I guess. And a considerable amount of money has flowed from the foundation, so we are so appreciative of the foundation, and also the Friends of the Library, who just put the icing on the cake, or the extra jewels in the crown of the city. So on behalf of my fellow trustees, I want to thank you for all of your work on behalf of the library. The money that is contributed tonight goes for a number of things. I just want to mention a couple of the things there. You're all aware of the great advance the city made by helping to support a dual-use library over at where the Mariners branch is, to support the elementary school there and the library. We have little kids over there as well as bigger kids, and the little kids have a little trouble sitting in some of the chairs, so we have to buy some new chairs for the toddlers. That'll take up about $7,000. And then there are bestsellers for young people, and that'll take up about $10,000. And then there's some other Mariners expenses thrown in there. And at the main branch, bestsellers are named that way because they are so popular. And so we spend an awful lot of money having many copies of books and tapes that people find very attractive. And this check is going to allow the library to buy some $27,000 worth of bestsellers. And on the exciting technology front, those of you who travel know that you used to have a big tape recorder if you wanted to tape some books on tape, and then things got smaller, and now we have this little gadget, and this is MP3, and we buy this loaded with books, and we can loan this out to people, and they then can keep this little device and listen to it as they jog, as they drive, as they whatever. And this is proving to be very, very popular, and some of the money coming from the foundation is buying even more of these devices. And we hope that at some point we have the ability for people to bring their own instruments in and download materials. At the moment, we can only buy things that are preloaded. So this money is going to a great purpose, and we really do appreciate the work of the foundation and of you. And it's been a pleasure for me to work with you over these years. Thank you very much.
Harry,
Councilmember Daigle.
I know when I came on City Council, you were one of the first people to reach out to me, and we went out to Dietrich's and had coffee, and I learned a lot more about the library, and I want to thank you for your service. And I know that I'll miss both you and Mary, and she's been very active in the Pacific Symphony Orchestra, so thanks for all you've done for Newport Beach.
Quite welcome.
Thank you, Harry. You've done a great job for the city, and we'll miss you, and our loss is organs of gain, I guess.
Thank you very much.
The next item we have is a presentation from Oasis.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Ed Romeo, and I'm the president of the Friends of Oasis, the Oasis Senior Center. And before I begin my presentation, I'd kind of like to make a personal announcement. Some of you know Ross Miller. Ross passed away Friday afternoon. His memorial will be tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. at St. John Vianney Church at Balboa Island. In case any of you are interested, I know a number of you have worked with Ross down through the years. Ross was a member of our board of directors for 27 years. He was one of the initiators of the Friends of Oasis and the Oasis Senior Center, and an advocate for seniors, and especially for the senior housing that has been built here in the city. And I just thought you'd like to know that. Also, I'm sorry I don't have any checks for you tonight. I had intended to present some to you, but I didn't want to steal the library's thunder, so we'll present those another night. But I do want to present, first of all, I have copies of a resolution that the Friends of Oasis passed in May. I have a few extra copies here if you need them. I know that you have a busy agenda, and I'm going to try to keep my remarks brief. In fact, I actually wrote them down and timed them so I wouldn't run over my 3 minutes. I tend to be verbose at times. The City Council now has before it a draft report presented by the Facilities Finance Review Committee several meetings ago. In the draft, the committee makes a number of recommendations, including facility replacement priorities, needs assessments, schedule for replacement, and funding for those facilities. We understand that the City Council has not taken action on these recommendations to date because they're still in the process of study. However, the draft prompted the Friends leadership to react in a positive way, of course. The Board of Directors has adopted a resolution which I would like to present to the City Council this evening. But first, a few comments. Let's start with some statistical data. The senior population in the city of Newport Beach is now more than 21,000 persons. That figure does not include a large baby boomer population that resides here. And those of us in my generation, our children are approaching the baby boomer age. Don't tell anyone I said that about my daughters. The verified membership in the Friends of Oasis is over 4,200 and is still growing. An average of 8,000, what I call hits, but actually persons coming through the Oasis doors every month. And those are just the ones who check in and who are counted. Those numbers do not reflect the large numbers of seniors, family members, and other residents who come in for a whole variety of reasons, just asking questions about our programs, requesting assistance for referrals of some kind, just to come sit down and play a game of cards or to work in the garden. A lot of those people just come in through the door and work for an hour or two, have fun for an hour or two, and then go home. But what I've presented so far are just numbers. What I'd really like to brag about, which I do very frequently, is what Oasis is really about. Seniors come to Oasis because they enjoy themselves. They meet new friends. They get information. They get support. They learn. They get both physical and mental challenges which keep them healthy. They feel safe there. They have a sense of belonging, a sense of community, and a sense of pride, which is reflected in their generous donations to the Friends of Oasis and to the Oasis Senior Center and their volunteering time. I want to digress a little. I'll just take 30 seconds more on this. I don't know if you people have experienced what I have experienced the 2 years I've been president. I walk through that lobby frequently, and I'm an observer of people. I'm not a things person. I'm a persons person. And I observe men sitting in the lobby all by themselves, men who have been married and have had a significant other for maybe 40 or 50 years, and all of a sudden that person's gone from their lives. And they're just sitting there totally devastated. And I've talked to 3 or 4 men like that in the last few years. Women, the same situation, although women seem to have a little more ability to accommodate and to get used to the aloneness. And they do get involved socially. But the men just don't know where to go. And they just sit in the chair until someone comes up and talks to them, which I do frequently. Not too long ago, I met a man who was probably in his mid-70s, informed me that he had been married for a number of years. His wife had just died. His son convinced him to sell everything in his family home and move to Newport Beach and live near the sun. And those are the kinds of people who frequent the Oasis Senior Center and use the Senior Center. And I digress from my script here for that. I just wanted to get across to you the personal touch that is the Oasis Senior Center. That's what I call not just the facility or the building, but the spirit of Oasis. And that spirit is well known throughout our town. The Oasis staff and the Friends are already in the midst of a community-wide needs assessment, which this council has already approved and funded. That assessment will be concluded hopefully by the end of this month. And we've had hundreds and hundreds of responses, both technologically from the computer and by hand. The needs assessment was designed to obtain responses from both the seniors and the baby boomers. The result from the assessment should provide guidance for any future senior center refurbishment or replacement. I won't take time now to read all the whereases in our resolution. They're in front of you. I've pretty much covered them already. But I would like to read the Friends resolution because, in fact, it sums up what I am and what the Friends are requesting from you tonight in your considerations in the budget in the next few weeks. Therefore be resolved, I quote, that the Friends of Oasis request the City Council, City of Newport Beach, to allocate sufficient funding in the 2006-2007 Senior Services budget to contract the services of an architect to develop a senior center master plan, and further, to hire a fund developer to assist in a formal capital campaign, which capital will be used to defray the costs of refurbishment and or replacement, and that's the unquote of the resolution. The council has already started the project by funding the needs assessment. Now the Friends asks the council to take the next step, which is developing a center master plan and the beginning of a funding program. Thank you very much. I'll be very happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ridgway?
Yeah, I would just suggest you be here on the 27th. I'd be very proud to support the motion for a architect. However, I hope I can remember between now and the 27th, so if you're here, you can remind me.
June 27th,
yes.
I will be away for that.
Just have one of your people here.
I'd like to introduce our very wonderful first Vice President, Dee Parks. And Dee is kind of weak right now. She just got off an airplane from France. Dee, would you like to stand? Dee has been a wonderful support. And Bill Shaver is our former treasurer, and he's a member of our board. I don't see any of our other board members here this evening. We do have 21 board members who are very active and very supportive.
I will flag this for the 27th.
I will try my very best to get a representative here that night. Thank you. Thank you very much, Council.
Thank you. Okay, our next presentation is from the Orange County section of the American Planning Association. Gee, I didn't realize you were that representative.
I'm actually standing in. This is a little bit of recognition, not only of the city in the quality of recent planning documents which we have completed, but also the various members of the city staff and our citizen volunteers through Planning Commission, City Council, and other committees have really contributed to these two honors that the city has received. One thing I'd like to indicate for the City Council is that these awards represent the awards from the American Planning Association's Orange County chapter in recognition of locally submitted and locally prepared and nominated projects. The highest level of achievement granted by the Orange County APA is an Outstanding Recognition Award. We made 2 submittals for this past year. We submitted our coastal land use plan, and we submitted our new sign code regulations, and we received an outstanding for each one of those submittals. I think that as a city we should be very, very proud of the quality of what we have been able to deliver and the recognition of our surrounding agencies and the participating members of the APA for the quality of our documents. The Coastal Land Use Plan was recognized in the Comprehensive Plan for Small Jurisdictions category, and our sign code regulations were recognized for the Local Implementation Program Small Jurisdiction. And I'd just like to recognize a few people associated with those 2 projects. Several members of the council currently on the dais are part of the LCP Certification Committee, Mr. Ridgway, Mr. Webb, and Mr. Selich. And that committee is filled out by 3 planning commissioners, Mr. McDaniel, Mr. Torge, and Mr. Henn. But the staff, my participating staff, particularly Pat Alford, wanted to particularly mention another prior member of that committee who made great contributions, and that person is Judge Stephen Bromberg, who was former council member and mayor, and he had great leadership during the years 2002 to 2005, and we'd like to recognize him. There were several city staff people that contributed greatly, including our city attorney, Ms. Clausen, Assistant City Manager Sharon Wood, myself. But I think the person to really highlight, and we've done this before, is to recognize Senior Planner Pat Alford, who put his heart and soul into this project for many, many months, actually more than a year. and he did a fine job. And we got our land use plan certified at the Coastal Commission with only one hearing, and that is really, really something to be proud of. The other category for our sign code regulations also had a number of very important citizen members, but a very, very high level of staff involvement. There was a business and resident steering committee of several people, but we, the staff, would really like to recognize and thank Richard Lewis of the Newport Beach Chamber of Commerce for being not only supportive of the process, but is extremely supportive of the end result, and in fact was a very, very strong letter supporter for our submittal. But once again, it was a fairly large staff team, including Sharon Wood, Robin Clausen, Jay Garcia, Jim Sinisek. There are two people that I want to give a little bit of extra recognition to. One is our project manager, George Berger, who saw it to its completion. And I do have to mention that he finished it up for prior staff member Tamara Campbell, who also worked quite a bit on it. And from the city attorney's office, Catherine Walcott was just invaluable in making sure that our sign code regulations could withstand any legal challenges that might arise. And also, not the least of which person to recognize is Ron Flugrath of RBF Consulting, who was the principal author and the consultant for the project. And so that's all I have to say. I don't think there's anything to really ask questions about, but I think all of the participants deserve a little bit of recognition on both of those.
Thank you. Councilmember Ridgway had a comment?
Patty, I just want to say I'm going to address the LCP land use plan. This was an extraordinary document headed by, in my mind, Patrick Alford, who went above and beyond the call of duty for all the citizens in this community. Patrick walked the entire city. Every component of the city was looked at. He photographed it and documented it in digital format so we would have material to work off of. He single-handedly wrote the document. The point of this, while it is a collaborative effort by everybody, it was the one time the city of Newport Beach did not go to an outside consultant. We actually did everything in-house. That was done purposefully. I think Patty and Sharon discussed that, and the committee discussed that, and I just don't think enough credit could be given to Patrick Alford for where we are on the land use plan. And let me say the second part of that is the IP statutes, which Patrick has, again, single-handedly drafted. We will be reviewing those. We will take up re-reviewing those shortly once we get past the general plan amendment, but Patrick is beyond the yeoman's job. So,
yeah, thank you, Patty, with you, your hard workers in your department, as well as George and Patrick. We really appreciate the effort that you have collectively put into this program. Thank you.
Thank you. It's our pleasure, actually.
Right. While this isn't listed on under presentations, I have one last presentation, and I would like Anna Contreras to please stand up. This is our new representative from the Daily Pilot, and so I want everybody to welcome Anna on board, and we'll be glad to receive your calls and help you write your stories. Notice to the public.
Notice to the public, the city provides a yellow sign-in card to assist in the preparation of the minutes. The completion of the card is not required in order to address the council. Speakers must limit comments to 5 minutes on agenda items. The council has the discretion to extend or shorten the time limit on agenda or non-agenda items. As a courtesy, please turn cell phones and pagers off or set them in the silent mode. And now is the time for city council announcements or matters which council members would like placed on a future agenda for discussion, action, or report.
Okay, City Council announcements or other items. Mr. Nichols, would you like to start us off?
I think I'm going to pass right now.
Councilmember Daigle?
Yes, I did have the experience of throwing out the first pitch at the Newport Beach Little League Championship game. It was the Newport Beach Cardinals versus the Newport Beach Angels, and the Newport Beach Angels are the 2006 Little League champions. We have about 1,000 kids in Little League. About 30% of them are from the Newport Coast area. They get to learn skills and sportsmanship. As far as throwing out that first pitch, it was in the strike zone. However, I did throw from the front of the mound and not the rubber. But it was a great
Is that
game.
the ladies' tee?
That is. That's
Okay.
the ladies' tee. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Ridgway?
Nothing, thank you.
Councilmember Selich?
Well, now that the Balboa Island Parade is over, I don't think I have anything to announce, so I'm going to pass.
Announce how great it was.
It was great.
I have nothing to announce, thank you. I did participate in the parade, though, and I must say, it's got to be the longest parade and the shortest parade route. Proportionally, it's about 5 times as long as the route. It's unbelievable, but it was a great event.
But it's a wonderful community event. Councilmember Nichols?
I did have something. I'd like to acknowledge groundbreaking for the Newport Coast Community Center. That occurred during this past week, and it's very good to see. That will be up at the Newport Coast Road and San Joaquin Hills Road, and that community is very proud of it. Thank you.
Okay, as Centennial Moment, we have 87 days left until September 1st for our birthday, our 100th birthday, and it was kind of a slow time for June 13th in the past. 1956, we sent out a letter inviting the 1956 Olympic trials to Newport Beach. This would be the Olympic rowing, and since I see Mr. Ficker in the front row, in June 13th of 1970, Paul Ruffing, representing his firm, reviewed architectural plans for the Newport Center Fire Station. And rather than go any further into Centennial Moments, I'd like to recognize the Dredges to Dreamboats exhibit that are at the Newport Nautical Museum. They had their opening last Friday night, and I highly recommend to all the citizens of Newport to stop by the what I still call the Reuben E. Lee, but it's the pride of Newport, and see that exhibit. 3 young ladies from Cal State Fullerton put together this exhibit, and they've assembled just a fantastic collection of not only pictures but descriptions of what the pictures are and how it ties into the dredging of our harbor and making a wonderful recreational harbor that we have today. So you can stop by at the Nautical Museum and look at that exhibit and really learn a lot about Newport. Okay, the next item is the consent calendar.
All matters listed under the consent calendar, items 1 through 25, are considered by the council to be routine and will all be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. The city council members have received detailed staff reports on each of the items recommending an action. There will be no further separate discussion of these items prior to the time the council votes on the motion unless members of the council, staff, or the public request specific items to be discussed and/or removed from the consent calendar for separate action. Members of the public who wish to discuss the consent calendar item should come forward to the lectern upon invitation by the mayor, state their name and item number. If the optional sign-in card has been completed, it should be placed in the box provided at the podium.
Thank you. I'd like to suggest, if the council agrees with this, that we would include item number 33, which is the application for certificate of public convenience and necessity for the Orange County OC Cruiser on the consent calendar, unless we have some discussion we'd like to make on it. Does council have any objections to doing that?
I have a question for the city attorney. Do you have any concerns about that at all? We issue those?
You mean, do I have any concerns about issuing the?
Right. I always
No.
thought it was something the PUC did, but we do that as well?
Pardon?
The Public Utilities Commission?
Not
No.
not intra-city. PUC does not govern intra-city.
Oh, correct.
Okay, so we would issue that
Yeah,
then?
we would issue
Okay.
that.
Does anybody in the audience wish to comment on that one way or the other? Does the council object to adding that to the
No.
consent calendar then? All right. So that, does anybody on the council wish to remove an item from the consent calendar?
Yes.
Starting, Councilmember Nichols?
I have several.
Oh, good.
We might have a discussion and end up not removing them, but that's item number 9, which is something I think we want to at least highlight, that an MOU is being proposed between the city and the California Coastal Commission to get some sand for Newport Beach, and I'd be happy to make that an item to get Mr. Rossmiller to speak a little bit on it. I think that might be appropriate, or I just want to acknowledge it and say that I'm very happy about it.
Okay. Is that enough for you? To where you don't?
That's enough for me.
Okay. Is there any other items you'd like to remove?
Yes. I would like to remove, I think, 12, which is the flashing crosswalk at Orchid and Coast Highway. It's at the post office. I think it's a very good item.
Well, let's just pull it. We shouldn't speak to it.
Councilmember Daigle?
None.
Oh, excuse me.
The vacancies right now they're to be proposed for voting on next time.
That's correct.
Okay, I don't have anything on that.
Okay.
And then I would like to just have a little bit of explanation of item 25, which is police. I think the public should be aware of that, and I'd like to have a little bit of explanation in that.
Okay. Councilmember Daigle? Councilmember Ridgway?
Item 17,
Okay. Councilmember Selich?
I have nothing to pull.
Councilmember Rosansky?
None, thank you.
I have none. Is there anybody on the staff that wishes to have an item pulled?
No.
Anybody from the audience wish to have an item pulled? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the consent calendar items 1 through 25 and 33, except for items number, well, actually, 33 is not a consent calendar item, but item 33 as well, except for items number 12, 17, and 25.
second.
Were we supposed to add item 34 to the consent calendar?
No, it's current business.
Okay. Then, please vote.
All ayes, motion carries.
Thank you. Item 12, Councilmember Nichols. This is a flashing crosswalk at Coast Highway and Orchid Avenue, the award of the contract to Steiny and Company, and you wish to comment on this?
The question I have is, it wasn't clear to me whether, the question I had is whether this crosswalk would be tied in with the stoplight system, so that it wouldn't just automatically stop traffic on Coast Highway. There are enough people there, and it would be an attractive nuisance, I think, of attracting people to the crossing to stop traffic on Coast Highway, if that's what it automatically does as soon as it's pressed. But if it were coordinated with the signal, I think it would be far better. And I'm just questioning, is that how it's planned, or is it planned to just stop traffic on Coast Highway?
Mr. Mayor and Council, I think I can shed some light on this. The proposed lighted crosswalk system is not a regulatory device like a traffic signal. It merely enhances the ability for a pedestrian to cross at that location. There's no tie-in with the signals, because it's not coordinated with the signals. It'll function the same way as it does today. Currently, without the flashing crosswalk, if a pedestrian steps off the curb, the motorists have to yield and let that pedestrian cross. The same thing will happen in the future, except for the fact that the flashing lights will draw more attention to that. pedestrians. So it really isn't a traffic signal device, and therefore it can't be coordinated with the system. But what it is really enhancement to an existing crossing situation.
Just because I'm very familiar with this, because we actually have one of the first ones in I think up in the state on Coast Highway in Laguna Beach where I live. You push a button. So when a pedestrian comes up, they push the button. That activates the lights, and then it notifies the cars that somebody's crossing.
Right. And it's not actually required that they have to push that button. They can cross without the lights if they don't want to have the lights.
It's not my position there. I like the light, but I think it should be coordinated with the traffic signals. I think we're going to have a mess otherwise. And I'd like to go on record as stating so, because when it occurs, I'm going to bring it back up.
Do we have a
motion to approve?
I second that motion. Does anybody from the public wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, please vote.
With Councilmember Nichols abstaining, the motion carries.
Okay, the next item is item 17, which is a contract for purchase and installation of sage structures at Bonita Canyon Sports Park. Councilmember Ridgway?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I'd like to continue this matter, and the reason is first of all, the PB&R Commission, they reviewed this. They were not given an opportunity. They took a straw vote, and they actually they opposed the installation. But more importantly, before I would approve it, I just want to see where in Bonita Park it is going. I'd like to see its orientation north, south, east, west. I'd like to see what field it's related to. I'd like to see the letters that are mentioned that says that people are supporting this. So quite candidly, all we have is a comment and one photo. So I'd like to continue it to have further information at the next meeting.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
I'll second that.
Does anybody from the audience wish to comment on this? Seeing none, please vote.
All ayes, motion carries.
Okay, the next item that we have discussed is item 25, which is the authorize the purchase of additional tasers to fully equip all uniformed field police officers with the device. Councilmember Nichols, you pulled this item. What is your question?
I think the chief is here, and if you just speak a little bit to this.
He'd like to give a demonstration. Could you volunteer?
I second the motion. To be on record that I am scared to death of a guy facing me with a taser, and I'm not looking forward to it.
Then you better be good.
And that's the point. Essentially, it's an alternative to the use of any other kind of weapon, either a baton or a firearm, etc. It provides another dimension for the officers to respond and hopefully gain compliance. And in many cases, it is voluntary compliance. Essentially, we've had some fairly small-statured officers face some 300-pounders who didn't want to go quietly in the night, and just the thought of being administered a taser round was enough to gain that compliance. And so we've used them now for some 6 months approximately, have good experience with them, saved a number of injuries from our field personnel, and we just think it's a prudent thing to do.
I approve of the device, and I approve of the policeman handling it. I do want our citizen to be aware of it, and I think all of the communities around us who have citizens that frequent Newport Beach should be aware of it, that if you get out of line and you're going to be brought into line, that you shouldn't argue with our cops, because you could end up dismantled here pretty well, and you're still going to go to jail if you're out of line. So I think I'm saying approximately what you would say, but I do believe we want to know that. I get stopped once in a while when I'm out politically campaigning, and I think I will behave, sir.
We appreciate that.
Do you have a motion on this?
I'd be happy
Second. I second.
Does anybody in the audience wish to comment on this item? See?
I did.
There's a second
Dick,
already.
I would always second your motion.
Well, most of the time. Please vote.
With council member, then it's all ayes, motion carries.
Okay, public hearings. We have the fiscal year 2006-7 proposed budget hearing.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to ask Dennis Danner, our Administrative Services Director, to walk us through this public hearing, this one and the next one, item number 27.
Is it 26?
It is 26, and then the next one is 27.
26 and 27. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. This is, tonight we have two public hearings proposed for you that have been properly noticed. The first one's on the fiscal year 2006-2007 fiscal year budget. We've been studying this budget, I believe, in the last 3 study sessions, beginning in May, or beginning 2 in May and 1 this afternoon. And so the budget before you this year is approximately $205 million, and this public hearing is required by your code. And so this is the time that you accept input from the public or make comments of your own. And I'd be glad to answer any questions you have.
I have a question for staff. Homer, if we don't make comments and reserve them to the next meeting, is that too late, or are we adopting? We're not adopting this budget tonight.
No, you're not adopting anything. This is just for input, be it council or members of the public. We'll still be talking about budget at the next study session, and then there will be an item on your agenda for the 27th to approve the budget based upon any changes and based upon any supplemental items that you will be talking about.
So we can make motions for deletions of anything to the budget at that point in time?
Yes, that would be the time.
Would you appreciate any comments that we might have on the supplemental budget items that you have shown on the checklist that you've given us?
I would. I'd very much appreciate those.
And that was handed out to the council. Has the public had any copies of this made available to them?
No, but I do have about 5 copies here that's available for anybody that would like a copy.
Okay, for the public's information, we have a supplemental budget items, and this is a process in our procedures where items that were not put together in the preliminary budget are added to the budget at the request of either a council member or a staff member or in some instances the public, and we have a list of roughly about $817,000, and you might explain that the capital improvement program rebudgets, are those removing items that were shown in the budget because they've been completed this year?
It's actually both. There's some positive, some negative numbers, and those will be adjusted. As you know, if capital projects aren't completed by the close of the fiscal year, then we typically carry those over. We estimate that back when we're putting the preliminary budget together in February. So some contracts are let, and so we're removing them from the carryover budgets, but some aren't, and we're adding those. And that will be before you in final form, of course, at the June 27th meeting. I might mention also that, as you've indicated, we've had requests from council members, we've had some requests from staff, of course we've had some requests from community organizations or individuals, and as you mentioned, that it totaled $817,000. That's all general fund money. In preparing the budget, we know that there's going to be items added at your request or the public's request, and so we hold funds back to meet those requests. And this year we estimated those at $1 million. So in round numbers, you have about $183,000 that is unaccounted for.
Let's, I'd like to kind of go through these items, maybe one by one, just so that the public is aware of what we're considering adding. They've had an opportunity to see through our preliminary budget what is there, but Let's go through these one by one, and if the council member has something they'd like to ask a question about relative to these items, then do so. The first item is $75,000, which would be a second contribution of for the athletic complexes at Estancia High School. The city offered last year to contribute a total of $225,000. We'll do $75,000 this year, $75,000 next year, and $75,000 the following year. There was an article in the paper that
I think we're on the
described
second 75.
Pardon?
This is the
This
second.
is approving the second 75.
And just so the audience understands, the intent of this was to create a relief for Newport Harbor High, which basically is the venue for all nighttime sporting events, both Saturday, Friday, or
Thursday, Friday, and
Thursday, Friday, Saturday night. So I think this is a benefit to us in the long run. So are we taking a straw vote? What are we doing?
No, we're not actually acting on this. I just want to make sure that we go through, and if we have any particular questions, they can be answered before the next meeting, and then we'll either straw vote or approve all of it next meeting, if that's all right with the council.
And if council has some questions, then staff can be prepared to respond to them at the next meeting when this is again discussed.
Okay. The next item is a $10,000 contribution to the Conference for Women, and this is the second year. My comment is that I think I can support this as long as it has Newport Beach in its name.
Would Orange Conference for Women presented by the City of Newport Beach be acceptable?
That's fine with me.
Okay.
Anybody else have any comments on that item?
I know this is Leslie's kind of, she's organized this and created it. I mean, do you expect this will be a continuing thing every year,
Yeah,
or
absolutely.
eventually it'll be
Yeah.
self-funding?
I think so, yeah.
Eventually it'll be
I
self-funding?
think so.
Okay,
yeah.
great.
You know how it is the first couple of years getting going.
That's why
But, you know, we had good participation from the community, and look forward to that this year, too.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item is the Balboa Island Historical Society. This is the sixth year that we've contributed, and this is the third year at $15,000. Mr. Sellex, do you have any comment on that?
Well, this is to assist the Balboa Island Historical Society in the operation of their museum, which is on the south bayfront, and it helps with rent and operational costs.
Any other comments?
Just location, Ed, is that the one near
the ferry?
Yes.
Could you be a little more descriptive? It's in the first block headed east from the ferry.
It's in the I don't know the exact address, but it's in the modern building that's just to the east side of the ferry there.
Which is Agate Street.
Agate Street, okay.
The next item would be $11,250, which is for the Balboa Island Improvement Association, flowers and holiday decorations and storage. I think this is related just to the Balboa Island Bridge, or is it more than that?
It's the Balboa Island Bridge, and it's also the large Christmas tree that's put up at the fire station at the top of Marine Avenue.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Corona Mar Chamber of Commerce additional CDM 5K sponsorship. This is for the race. This is the third year at $5,000.
I support the expenditure. Why do we have these as supplemental budget items every year? If it's going to be an ongoing expense, why don't we just incorporate it into our budget?
With council direction, we can do that, but we've never been given direction that you want to fund it annually at that amount.
I would like to comment that race, I think this is the 5K race, and it was a very excellent turnout. I would hate to say how many people were there, but I think we had over 1,000. I mean, there were lots of people, and it was very well received by the community. To my knowledge, I don't think anybody there was pushed out of shape, and the race was very, very successful. And the chamber followed up with a community meeting at Five Crowns celebration, and that also was very, very nice.
Okay. The next item is Colonel Del Mar Christmas Walk. This is the fourth year at $10,000.
Again, I would support Councilmember Rosansky's comment, just put them in the budget and we'll delete them if we don't want them. I think most of these are recurring contributions that we make that add to the fabric of our life, quite candidly.
Mr. Mayor, I might comment that to Mr. Pro Tem Rosansky that's a good comment. You know, we list these things. We don't want to take something upon ourselves at the staff level to presume something, but when it's ongoing year after year, then that's probably a good suggestion.
Could you put these in a category in the budget to where they are easily grouped, to where we can look at them, rather than sometimes they get spread amongst departments and other things to where it's very difficult for us to
Most
find.
of these are in your budget, and we could itemize them. We could figure out how that.
If we could have an itemized collection, that would make it really easy for us to review these and comment one way or the other. The next item is the Michaels Media production for Your Newport Today, which is $9,900, and last year it was $9,100. Again, this is another one that
I questioned this one last year. And do we receive a budget from Mr. Michaels or something on how this money is spent or what it's spent for exactly? I mean, I know he produces a cable show. I don't know how often it's shown or how often it's. Is it a monthly thing or a bi-monthly? I don't know much about that, and I'd like to have more information about that.
Never received a budget that I know of.
When we try to get agreements with all these community organizations or groups like this and ask them what they're going to spend the money on, and most of them do comply. I'm not sure about Michael's Media.
Well, can we, for our next meeting, ask Mr. Michaels to provide us with something, because he's really an individual or his company. I don't know if it's a nonprofit organization or a for-profit company or what he does. I don't know him personally, so I wouldn't think to call him up and ask him, but certainly I'd like to get some more information.
Yeah, we'll get his request included for you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is the Newport Beach Film Festival. We currently have in the budget $75,000, and this is a request for an additional $25,000 to bring their total contribution to $100,000.
Mayor Webb, I believe that the Conference and Visitors Bureau is going to be making some contributions to the film festival and also the Restaurant Association that may lessen the burden for us to do that.
That's true, Mr. Mayor. I received an email today from Gary Sherwin, who is the head of the Conference and Visitor Bureau, and the Bureau is committed to supporting the film festival to the amount of $15,000 sponsorship, and the Restaurant Association for $30,000.
Would you propose that be lower our contribution by some amount that way? In other words, we're upping ours. Is there a tie-in? Is what I'm asking.
Well, just as a little backup, I suggested to the Visitor Bureau that maybe instead of organizations
Just
coming to the
hitting
City
one
Council,
person.
it would be good to see them coming and maybe step forward, and I think they have done that.
So would we be lowering our suggested
If
here,
you were interested
or
in-
maintaining it at the present?
Can you get a comment back for us at the next meeting from the film festival as far as what their budgets are, and with that additional money from the Visitors Bureau, of whether or not they need to have the $25,000? Is that what you're really indicating, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman?
I'm trying to get a feel.
I know
for
this
it.
offer came after the request was made to the city for.
Well, if you
those
want to
amounts
just
of
do
money.
the differential, it's $10,000. I mean, I have no problem with that. So I'd give our one-time, or $85,000. However you want to handle it.
Okay, let's get a report back.
Let's get
on it.
I agree with the mayor. I think we should just get a
Okay.
response back from both the film festival and the Restaurant Association.
Okay, the next item is a $15,000 request for the Newport to Ensenada Yacht Race sponsorship. This year, actually, Newport Beach became a sister city with Ensenada and was very well received, and so I support the $15,000.
Yeah, I do too.
The next one is, let's see, I'm trying to figure this one out.
Newport
The Newport Beach Restaurant Association sponsorship of the first annual Newport Beach Restaurant Week Last year funding was at $35,000 for marketing branding campaign, and they're asking for $50,000 of this year. Can we have a little bit more of a description of why we would be subsidizing this BID or bid more than some of the others?
Well, I don't think this is a bid request.
Well, it's a restaurant association, which is a BID, isn't it?
Well, I will say I met with Mr. Marciano. They were requesting $50,000 for a budget of $125,000 to support a one-week promotion for Newport Beach restaurants during the month of January when they're downtime. Did you receive that letter?
I think I saw an email. I didn't know what month it was going to be.
Yeah, it's a January, but with...
I thought wasn't the $100,000, though, for the entire year's budget?
No, it's a one-time promotion for January. I think Mr. Marciano will probably get a letter to each one of you, but in light of the contribution by the Conference and Visitors Bureau at 30, I would just suggest, if in fact this is what it is, that we give 30, and thereby he's $10,000 a head. But the intent is to try to get people here during a down month, and both at hotels and restaurants. So if you want to defer until you get a letter from him, that's fine.
That's fine. Anybody else in the council have a comment on this?
I've just got one question. Is the $50,000 request in addition to the $35,000 for the marketing rebranding, or in lieu of that?
No, the $35,000 was for last year. That was last year's.
So that's nothing to do with this
Has
year?
nothing to do with this year.
Right.
Is that?
That'd be my understanding.
Yeah, and I would generally support the creation of the restaurant week. I also met with Dan Marciano about this, and it's a quite successful program in a number of other cities. The restaurant community does contribute literally millions of dollars in tax revenue to the city through sales tax, and so I would tend to support it as well. But I would like to see, actually, going back, Homer, to the Conference and Visitors Bureau email, was the money that they're offering, who initiated that?
Jerry Sherman.
I mean, did we go to them and say, hey, you might want to think about stepping up to this, to the plate? So the money came through our efforts, not really through the...
It was a suggestion. I certainly didn't have the authority, but I knew that the council might consider sending these groups or asking the Visitor Bureau to fund them anyway. And
No, I guess what I'm saying is the money was not solicited by the restaurant bid or the film festival, and I mean, we're not trying to discount our contribution based upon their efforts. We're saying if we do in fact choose to reduce our contribution, it was because of our efforts of fundraising from other entities. Is that accurate?
yes, and it's my understanding that the Visitor Bureau really wants to have a close tie-in with those two events anyway. They recognize that that was a weakness as far as the Visitor Bureau not creating partnerships with some of these bids and organizations, and I think we're going to see a renewed effort to make that happen.
Good, I agree. I think that's very important. Thank you.
I think it was Homer correctly reading the tea leaves.
Okay, next item is the capital campaign request from Friends of Oasis. I think we've already heard from them. I believe that this is the point where if Councilmember Ridgway felt that he wanted to add something into the checklist related to architectural fees for some sort of planning program for the capital program, that this is one way of reminding us next week or the next council meeting.
Well, I certainly think we need to add architectural. I don't know how much to add. This is a capital contribution for their capital program, right? Is that, you know, this thing is, let me say, this doesn't read real easy, by the way. So
this $80,000, as I understand it, was supposed to
It's
go
for their
through
funding campaign.
a plan, trying to put together a conceptual plan. Is that correct?
Is this for conceptual architectural plan?
It's my understanding.
Well, then I support that.
So this is the conceptual planning of what would be put forth there?
Yes, but I think, and Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we would be looking at an architectural selection that would come up with a conceptual plan and then move into, the other phases as council gives the okay and as fundraising takes place.
I just wondered whether this was part of the fundraising for the new center, and that I approve of, but it seems to me like we shouldn't double up and have a separate funding.
I would
and I don't
agree.
think that is the intention.
I would agree. That's why I say this is very confusing, but I clearly support moving forward with a request for proposal from architects and hiring an architect to get into some conceptual design work. I think this is more than adequate money, and once they get into conceptual designs with their group, then they can start their capital fund.
And I think what happened was that originally the Friends of Oasis were going to request a dollar amount from the city council, and I kind of talked them down and said, ask council to make the commitment and let council and staff decide what that appropriate amount would be, rather than saying council needs to put forward $110,000 or something like that.
I'll make a commitment not to exceed $80,000 for certainly the conceptual design work should be able to be done easily.
I'd just like to make a comment, and I think what you're saying is that we're willing to participate on that, but we're looking at a single participation toward that program, right, rather than multiple.
Right. I think everybody feels like that is one capital improvement project that will have wide community support, and that there is going to be funding from the community. Not total funding, how much, we don't know, because we don't know what the cost of the project would be, but there certainly will be some community funding that will be forthcoming.
But I guess I'm saying that this is our contribution toward that program, which includes that, so to speak.
Initially, at least. I mean,
But
there are going to be other phases.
You're not going to turn around and have another one of the same size as a contribution to a library at Oasis, or
I'm not going to make that request.
Library on Balboa.
Okay, in the resolution that we received from Oasis in our presentations, it was in two parts. One was to develop a senior center master plan and further hire, the master plan. I'm assuming that's what this $80,000 is for. The second part of it was to hire a fund developer to assist in a formal capital campaign, which capital will be used to defray the cost of the refurbishment of or replacement. Is it the desire of the council to put something in here to hire a fund developer?
I think, I'm just satisfied with $80,000 and allocate it pursuant to that letter as they will. But I think there's more than adequate money here to get into a conceptual design, and they can get into their capital program at that point in time.
Well, I just want to make sure that when we come to the discussion next week, that we've at least discussed this. Okay, the next item would be the Marine Avenue sidewalk cleaning. Why isn't that part of just the general services budget?
I think it used to be picked up by the bid. Maybe Councilman Salich knows.
Yeah, this is at my suggestion. The Marine Avenue bid's a small bid, and they're presently spend over half of their budget to contract out for sidewalk cleaning on Marine Avenue, and the city at the present time pays for the contracting for Central Balboa for the cleaning of the sidewalks over there. And since there are two primary tourist areas in town where we get a lot of traffic and a lot of mess that comes from tourists, ice cream cones and things of that nature, that I think it's appropriate that we fund their sidewalk cleaning, particularly since they're just such a small bid and using over half of their budget right now.
I have no problem with that, but I think it should go in general services, quite candidly.
Well, if council wants to, in the supplemental budget, just say, okay, we're going to do this, from now on in the annual budgets, and then that's where it will end up, under general services.
Okay. The next item is a natural park replenishment and enhancement, $50,000. Mr. Salich, did you?
Yeah, that was another one of my suggestions in conjunction with the mayor. He and I have been looking at the Castaways Park and the Back Bay View Park and the condition of some of the plant material there. So I'd like to suggest this amount that we can go in and enhance and replace where necessary plant materials in conjunction with the approved plans that exist there to help improve the appearance of both those parks.
Can I ask whether that would satisfy our commitment that we've already got, so to speak, on grants that took place?
It's not intended to violate any grant or permit.
Well, I'm not trying to start a new one, but I'm saying, does it satisfy some of our commitment? In other words, I think we have I'm not trying to get smart, but don't we have the same 20-type year commitment when we took the grant to put in these parks and that type of facility?
Well, this is intended to be consistent with that, so we would not.
Okay, so I'm happy under those circumstances. I'm not trying to avoid, but I just want the public to know that we have made a commitment to keep these parks in that condition, and this is part of our commitment to do that.
Make them even better, but keep
there
them
is
the
something
same.
that's needed there.
Okay. Anything is better than the weed patch at Chambry and MacArthur.
Careful now. Challenge pledge for the reimbursement.
I like that.
Of the CDM high school pool, $290,000. I have a question now. Is that up to $290,000 if we receive $290,000 in matching funds, or is that just a flat $290,000?
That is a challenge pledge, challenge being a key word, so they have to, it has to be matched by the community, and we do have a JPA with the school district for that construction of that pool. It is a community asset that I would think we'd want to protect our investment, and certainly a facility that's widely used by all ages in our community. So a couple of things that anticipating another question that you've asked me is in terms of the city's usage, we would continue to have 29% usage of the facility.
Well, that gets me to my question. If it's a joint use facility, then the school district should be picking up 75% of the cost, should they not? And that's what we did at Newport Harbor High. That's what we did on some other joint use projects. We actually determined a 75-25 split. So I'm very, on this one, I'd like to know what the contribution is by Newport Mesa Unified School District.
I'd like to make a comment there, too, and that is that we're talking about a big contribution to an athletic facility over at Estancia as well.
Right.
And this is in the same mode. Right now, the city of Costa Mesa is planning a very extensive soccer complex that will be part of their golf course. That will be done.
That won't happen. That's already died.
I don't think it's died yet.
I don't think so. I understand that it's active. Anyway, my point is that I think we need to watch how we're funding, because we are essentially funding all of the facilities in Newport Beach, almost totally. And I believe that the school board is picking up a large portion of some of the other. And
Well,
like
that gets back to my question. I just want to know what contribution there is from Newport Mesa Unified on the Marion Bergeson pool.
Okay.
I mean, we're all supportive, but we've always had an ongoing relationship and a cost sharing of 75-25. We did it at Newport Harbor. We did it at the play yard on at the Newport L, and a couple of other facilities, and it was 25-75.
Well, it's a $1 million project, so 25% is $250,000. In terms of the deal that you struck on the Newport Harbor High School, you know, it may not be as good as your memory is saying, because we only get about 11% usage there. We're getting 29% usage at CDM pool.
Actually, I'm very clear, we overpaid, but that was fine. It's a community asset under any circumstance. I just want to know what commitment there is from the Newport Mesa Unified. That's all I'm asking for.
Okay, let me ask one question. Should we really show half of the $290,000 as being a city commitment and the other half as being a contribution from some other source, rather than us showing the full $290,000 if we're really looking at a challenge grant?
Well, I think the breakdown of it was that the community would be, through their campaigning, would be raising amount of money, and then the school district would also be raising money as well. And additionally, part of this, too, was in order to move the project to be constructed sooner rather than later, is that these contributions would be used at the front end, and that this would entice the school district to move the project forward.
Could I just know what some of the improvements are that we're going to be funding with the $1 million?
The replastering of the pool, some of the concrete around the pool, an office that we use, as well as some of the other locker rooms.
Thank you.
Just one question, just to make sure that everybody is clear. So with this $290,000 match, could it be matched by the school district? Was that, or was it?
No, it's my understanding that that would be matched by the community, that they would go out, water polo parents and so on would raise the money, and then the school district would also pay some of the money.
Well, if we could just get clarification on what the school district is going to provide, maybe the parents don't have to go out and reach in there so hard. I mean, if they're prepared to do $750,000, which they may be, they certainly did it at Newport Harbor High.
Well, they built the facility, my understanding, at CDM. So, I mean, but is it the parents' duty to maintain it and so forth at that? I mean, I don't know about that. And
Personally, I think if we're getting 29% usage and we're paying 29% of the cost, I don't, whether the parents raise it as part of their athletic uses of the field, or the school district comes forward, or it's a, proportionate, or however they divvy up the other $710,000, I don't really, just as long as the community is coming up with the money.
But my question is, if, we make a commitment, there's nobody else there.
Well, there will be, or that's the part of the pledge, is that that other monies must be there. I mean, you're looking at an asset in our community, the Estancia project, which I also support. I mean, it's a facility located in Costa Mesa, so the likelihood of our citizens using it is fairly limited. And here we have a facility used day in and day out by our residents. And again, more usage than what's occurring at Newport Harbor High.
Can we make the terms of the challenge not maybe 50-50, but more like the 2971, along the lines with the...
Yeah, that'd be great, sure. And 71 being, I think...
The community or the school, whoever wants to come up with the money other than the city.
That'd be great.
Okay.
Are others supportive of that?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, great.
As long as it gets fully funded, but I still would like somebody to call Newport Mesa. How hard is that to pick up the phone?
That's the reason why we asked the questions tonight. I don't think that there's anybody in their offices tonight.
I don't know.
The next item is the cost of services.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Zelich?
Yeah, I've got a question on items. I guess they fall under this group. Where do we have in the budget for, like, the $50,000 we give the Orange County Marathon, and I think we give money to the Race for the Cure and things like that? Is that somewhere identified in the budget, or is that something that should be here, or should be in the group of things that we're talking about on a recurring basis?
Those two things have already been carried in the budget as things that the council would be funding each year.
Okay.
Okay, and so these items could be added to that list, and that list could be made, would be actually detailed in the budget where we can see it. Okay.
Yeah, we've received clear direction that these ongoing requests have been funded for several years. We'll just include in the budget next year.
Okay. The cost of fees study, I think we've discussed that earlier this afternoon, and this is where it ends up being funded. An additional positions for facilities maintenance worker this is the police department's request for the helicopter.
That's request, and this amount on here is the full cost, so it'll be less.
So ours is 25% of that then?
Correct.
I think ours was $700 additional dollars because we're already paying a portion of the contract. So this is the full cost of that.
This is the full cost, so this will be reduced when you get your list next.
We'll need to back that out, so that'll change the numbers.
Okay, I think you have are there any other items that the council would like to tonight add to this checklist so that they can have information prepared for the next meeting?
Well, there's one other item that I actually requested be in the formal budget, and for some reason it got dropped out, and that's finishing up the CDM median project. We have a full set of working drawings, and last year we were only able to fund, I think, about two-thirds of it, and I think the estimate now is $300,000 to finish that up. And so Whether it gets here in the capital improvements budget or wherever, I'm not sure, but I'd like to have it added into the budget.
I'd like to have that considered on the medians if we do that, because I believe that we could improve traffic flow and make it so we can maintain them and allow right-hand lanes and protect bicyclists. And
Would, so that would be an item that would, you'll come back with us on where that might be funded from? Whether that would be out of general fund or gas tax or circulation transportation or any of those other mini funds?
Right, we'll have to look at exactly where that comes from.
Okay. I won't go through the other capital improvement program rebudget items. Is there anything else, again, that the council feels that they would like to have this list added to this list? Is there anybody from the public that would like to comment on our checklist items that we've spent a few minutes talking about? Okay. I don't believe that there is a formal action. So this is a kind of a receive and file and come back to the next meeting. So the next item is item 27, which is the appropriation limits hearing. Can you give us a real brief description of what that is, Dennis?
Yes, I think it was after Proposition 13 passed in 1978. There was another Proposition 4 that became Article 13B of the state constitution. That set a limit on appropriations that from proceeds of taxes. So every year we go through the process. We get information from the state about CPI growth, population growth, and assessed valuation growth within Orange County. And we compute what the city's appropriation limit is based upon proceeds of taxes. And you'll notice on page 2 of your staff report that we're under our GAN limit on the budget that's been presented to you. We're under our GAN limit by $20,785,782. So your action tonight, this is a public hearing. Your action tonight is to take input and adopt the appropriation limit,
Which is $125,314. $314,360.
correct, at which places you $20 million under your limit.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I move the action.
Second. Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? Seeing none, please vote. The next item on our agenda is item 28, which is the code amendment related to height limits to add an exception for light standards that exceed height limits subject to the review and approval of a use permit.
I'll move the action.
Is there a second to that?
I'll second it, but I'd like to have some discussion on it.
Okay. Would you like to have a brief staff report, or would you like to just ask your question?
I'd just like to ask my question. I guess it comes up in the context of something we looked at a little while ago, and I'm assuming that this, we had an issue in West Newport, I don't know if Patty Temple's still here, but with regard to wanting to increase light poles. Oh, there, sorry, Patty. Snuck in on me, huh? That's Steve Badum. In West Newport on raising the height of telephone poles to accommodate cell phone sites. Is that going to be?
Those were street light poles.
Well, the street light poles, but it is street light pole, light standards, right? I'm sorry, I meant light poles or street light poles. I mean, I wouldn't want to see that type of thing backdoored by, we just decide we're going to put in a bigger pole, so then now they have an opportunity to put a cell phone site in like what they were proposing in West Newport.
Do you want to create safeguards against trees, too?
Hey, I have nothing against trees, but...
The antenna in the tree.
Well, I think there's a separate code section or an ordinance for cell towers, and this would not create an exception to that.
No. The other thing is that the streetlights that are in the city right-of-way are not something that would be controlled by use permits, are they?
Or by Title 20 at all.
Or by Title 20 at all. Those are things that are engineered as far as the proper height for the mounting of the fixture. And so what we're really talking about here are those things that would be installed on private property or on, say, park property or other.
Well, in the
property.
same location, we could put park lighting in the park or parking lot that the city owns there and accomplish the same goal that the cell phone company wanted at the time, was a 50-foot tall pole in the middle of the view plane of a lot of residents, which I would not want to.
Well, the exception is only for the light standards. It does not, it's not inclusive of any other useful purposes for the light standards. So the cell equipment would still be subject to the provisions contained in the telecommunications ordinance and subject to the height limits and the height limit exceptions that are contained within the telecommunications
Very good.
ordinance.
Thank you.
Now, doesn't this allow those light standards to be on private property, and we're asking for an easement from people to have that there?
No, this doesn't have anything to do with that, I don't believe.
These are for private facilities, or not for any public utility.
Just say that again, Patty.
These are for private facilities, they aren't for public facilities.
Okay, so, so this is limiting the light standard height of private facilities.
That's correct. Does anybody else have any other questions? Is there anybody in the audience like to comment on this? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Good report, Brandon.
If we can have one like that for the next one, that'd be
All
good.
ayes, motion carries.
All right, moving right along, we're on item 29, which is the general plan update, land use and circulation elements, draft environmental impact report, and implementation program. Ms. Wood?
This evening, Planning Director Patty Temple is going to start us off.
Excuse me. I was asked to make this presentation as concise as possible. So what I'm going to do for the other land use changes that are the first section of this report is just refer to which area it is and what the recommendation of the Planning Commission was. And then we can entertain questions and testimony. I think it would be more efficient if you entertain those after each individual area.
Okay.
Sharon says do the whole bunch at once. Okay. Okay, the first is Lido Isle. This is a consideration to reduce the number of lot divisions which could occur. The Planning Commission's recommendation was that a dwelling unit cap smaller than the existing dwelling unit projection be established for Lido Isle, and this would be reduce our land use projection from somewhere between 75 and 125 units. The second one is Balboa Peninsula and Balboa Island. This is a series actually of 4 recommendations. One is for West Newport, where the original consideration was to rezone 2-family properties in the West Newport area to single-family residential, or R1. The Planning Commission did support this recommendation while expressing some reservations that the property owners in the area may not have been fully informed of the proposal. For Balboa Island, there was another consideration to rezone the island from 2-family to single-family. That particular item was not supported by the local community association, and the Planning Commission did not recommend any changes at this time. For Balboa Peninsula, which is the part of the peninsula more or less easterly of the Newport Pier. Again, the possibility of considering a rezoning from R2 to R1 for those R2 zone properties. This has not been supported by the neighborhoods, and so the Planning Commission just indicated that they should leave it without change. The fourth was Beacon Bay, which is a city-owned property with leaseholds, currently zoned R2. Another consideration to rezone to R1. On staff's recommendation, it was determined that the R2 zoning be maintained. Moving to sub-area number 3, which is a residential area adjoining Irvine Avenue, next to the Newport Harbor High School, or just below it. The area is currently zoned for multifamily residential, and the recommendation of the Planning Commission was to maintain the existing general plan and zoning for the area of 20 units an acre.
What is the number of units that are there today? I mean, not total number, but what is the density that's there today in that particular multifamily use?
The current density of on-the-ground development is 21.7 DUs an acre.
Okay, so when we go to 20 dwelling units per acre, we're actually perhaps reducing things just slightly.
Over the long term, it would be expected that less units would be in that neighborhood.
Thank you.
West Cliff Drive this is a little bit of a difficult area. It may take a little more description. This is the commercial area, which is along West Cliff Drive and L's down on Dover Drive. They're below the West Cliff Plaza Shopping Center. The proposal here is for 2 different categories. For the area that is westerly of the extension of Seagull Drive and Buckingham Lane, that area would stay mixed commercial, allowing offices, medical offices, and retail commercial uses, which is quite reflective of what is there today. For the area along Dover Drive, there back of Seagull Drive, or in front of Seagull Drive, the proposal is to add a mixed use designate, or change it to a mixed use designation with a total FAR of 1.5. There was a request by a property owner for the lot immediately abutting the mixed-use area there at the easterly side of West Cliff Drive to be included in the mixed-use area, but the Planning Commission felt that the Seagull Drive Buckingham Lane extension was a logical boundary between these land uses, and so that is what they recommended. The MacArthur Boulevard Caltrans parcel is a funny little parcel up in the airport area near where Fairchild comes into MacArthur Boulevard. This is currently undesignated, and the Planning Commission recommended that it be designated for general commercial with a floor area ratio range of 0.3 to 0.5. Another state route remnant is actually owned by the Irvine Company, also along State Route 73, between 73 and the Newport North community. This is also currently undesignated in the general plan, and the staff's and the Planning Commission's recommendation is to designate it for open space. There is a small residential project on San Miguel Drive.
Could I ask a question, Patty? Sure. On the previous one, the little parcel right there, that was considered to be wetlands at one time.
No, the wetlands parcel is slightly to the north of there.
Oh, you're
Greg,
talking
can you
about
point
right here.
that? There you go. That's where the wetlands is in
Well,
that triangular area. This is below that area and is...
And it's been dry?
Yes.
Okay. I have no problem with that if that's been dry, but my question was, it seemed to me there was water on it. And we would maintain water, I mean, that's used as a basin, I believe, for storm sewer, like is used presently in the park at MacArthur and
It's used
Avocado.
It's used to filter water that drains off of the 73. But at one point when the
That's
city...
also the storm drain exit for the Lexus property and all the...
No,
that's
not,
the other
that's
property.
not correct.
Yes.
The Lexus properties on the, storm drain exit for the Lexus properties on the other side of the freeway.
But we've even seen a preliminary biological study of this parcel that we're talking about, and there's no hydrophytic vegetation. There's nothing sensitive on that piece. So
It's been cleaned up now. I don't have any problem with it, but I'm just saying, I just wondered, because the property just north of that does have a storm drain, and I believe it comes directly from the Lexus property.
No.
In that triangle right above it.
It comes down and it outlets right below Fletcher Jones' property, I believe.
I'm going to stick with my statement.
Okay.
Shall I move on? This other Area 7 is a very small parcel along San Miguel Drive at the Harborview Nature Park. It was formerly occupied by a child care facility. It's immediately abutting multifamily residential, and the Commission's recommendation was that a multifamily residential designation be established for that property. The 8th site is a senior citizen housing project along Pacific View Drive that's been there for about 30 years or more. The site is, while currently designated a governmental educational institutional, the Planning Commission concurred with staff's recommendation that it should be placed in the appropriate high-density residential category. The one item that the council has not...
Patty, wasn't that part of the donation or trade-off process for building in Newport Center?
No.
It was not one of the parcels that was offered by the Irvine Company to be downzoned if they were allowed to upzone the center?
The Pacific View parcel was originally owned by the Lutheran Church of the Master.
But wasn't there also Irvine property right there, or I'm not saying it's that same, but right along that same area?
Along Pacific View Drive?
I think so. There was some homes in there that have not been used that way and things like that, and I understood there were properties there and also along San Joaquin Hills Road on the other side of MacArthur.
I think he's confusing them with some of the other entitlements
Oh.
the Irvine Company gave up.
That the Irvine Company agreed to give out further north.
Okay.
Okay, the last area, Area 9, is in the sub-area described as West Newport Mesa. After the City Council's final decision on the Corona Del Mar commercial strip, particularly the redesignation of the Crown Cove Congregate Living Facility to a private institution category, we realized that there were several convalescent homes, nursing homes, and a congregate living facility in the West Newport Mesa area, and felt that since those were long-standing uses, that there would be a further opportunity to reduce trips generated from the West Newport Mesa sub-area. And therefore, staff recommended that the Commission consider redesignating those 4 properties, the 3 convalescent homes overlooking Newport Boulevard, as well as the congregate living facility on Superior Avenue, to private institutions. The Commission concurred with 3 of those 4 recommendations. The 3 convalescent facilities overlooking Newport Boulevard are recommended for private institution, but the Planning Commission felt that the congregate living facility should remain multifamily residential. And those are the 9 sub-areas before I move on to the other policies.
Okay, does the council have any questions on these 9 sub-areas?
Well, I have
Councilmember Nichols?
It may be a 10th area, but that right across from the elderly housing on the Buck Gully, on the north side of Coast Highway there's 2 lots and gallows. I've talked to that owner. I hope, has he? I think he's talked to you as well, has he not?
Yes.
Okay, so then you're making provisions for that aspect, or are you for or against the provisions that he was talking about of putting some residential on that end? I think that was what you were asking for.
If you may recollect, during the consideration of the Corona Del Mar sub-area, we did speak of this property as bearing some potential for residential development.
And we put it on hold to talk to the fella.
Correct.
I
And those
think that's
discussions
been
are
done.
still going on, and we have asked this owner to maybe give us an idea of where he might want to draw the line between commercial and residential, and that we think we might be able to support that request.
Anybody else in the council have any questions on those items?
You did not want to include that at this time, is what I'm hearing.
You know, we'll come back to the council with a final recommendation after we finish discussions with the gentleman.
Okay, anything else? This is, if you have any questions or comments related to the 9 items we've discussed in the audience, now's your chance to come up and comment on it.
Hello, Mayor Webb and council members. My name is George Schroeder, and I live on 35th Street for 18 years now. When I bought my building, it is a duplex, and it's always been an R2 lot. And I was quite concerned when I heard Patty say that anything from the pier back is going to be downzoned from R2 to R1. This is the first time I've heard that. I don't believe the people who bought those lots, like myself and people, my friends and people in my family, know that this is going to happen, and I can't believe that the Planning Commission passed that, and I would request that before you do that, do the same thing you did for the people south of the pier. Contact the people who own those lots and ask them, do you want your lot changed from R2 to R1?
Okay, I believe that you said you're on 35th Street, which
Yes.
is right about here. That's in an
Yes.
area which I believe the zoning stays at R2, doesn't it?
Okay,
It goes to R1?
The recommendation of the Planning Commission was that the two most westerly blocks of shaded gray that are labeled 2 would be considered for a single-family designation and eventual R1 zoning.
And that is hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of property owners. There are people who are buying duplexes there right now who may plan to tear down and rebuild, assuming that they have a R2 lot. Okay, and it took me some digging to actually find out. I had to go to your website, and I had to go to my offices in Corporate Plaza to get a T1 connection so I could download your sites, because the graphics are so big it took a long time for them to download. And then when you bring down the map, it's very, very small. I had to blow it up 8 times to see it actually was RHB. And then I had to go to the general plan legend here, and I read high-density residential B 30.1-35 DU/AC. And that's all it says. Okay, so I assume it says it's high-density residential, and then I evaluate it a bit more and say, okay, that's probably 30 to 35 dwelling units per acre. So then I do the math, and it means the minimum lot a person would have to have would be 2489. Okay, most of the lots are just a shade under 2,400 feet. So in effect, even though you're calling this high density, what you've done is taken away people's rights to rebuild duplexes or, a condo project, because you've downzoned them, saying they have to have 2,490 feet, and 95% of these lots do not. So I would request, before you move that, you contact the people like me who own lots and ask us how we feel about that.
That's your district, Todd.
Yeah, I think that's a fair request, and I think everybody will be noticed. Patty, I do have a question. If, don't we have a minimum size land area before they can become a duplex? I mean, I know there's legal nonconforming out there, but isn't there a minimum size?
It depends on the zoning district, but in the West Newport area, the standard is 2,000 square feet before you can build a duplex in the R2 area.
So you have to have a minimum of 1,000 per unit?
Correct.
And if, I'm sorry, Todd.
No, let me pursue this for 1 second. So if you have a substandard lot, you may be, even though it may be zoned R2, you may be limited to a single-family residence.
Correct, and there are lots in that area that originally were zoned R2 that were 1,750 square feet and were rezoned in 1989.
So,
A substantial number of those lots are 25 by 95, which is the
2375.
Pardon?
2375, which there are two now.
okay, and at least under the minimum lot size, they could continue if it was zoned R2 with with a duplex.
Not according to what I've been told by planning and by people on GPA. If you rezone what this says, it'll be 35 dwelling units per acre, which means it would require 1447 per dwelling, or a lot size of, I'm sorry, it would require 1,244.57 per dwelling, or 2489 size lot, a lot size of 2,489. And as Mayor Webb did say, hundreds of those lots are exactly 25 by 95 foot lots. So the 2489, in effect, converts them to R1.
Okay.
Now, if you would go up from the RHB to the RHC, which is 35.1 to 40 dwelling units per acre, then it would not affect us.
Okay, well, obviously, the entire neighborhood, or that entire West Newport needs to be, needs to be notified, and perhaps we can even have a separate meeting here with planning and myself and see how many people show up. Patty, can we do that?
If you're talking about maybe a separate kind of community-led notification meeting outside of this public hearing context, that might be different, but I have some concerns about providing individual property owner notice when we've used the allowable display ad, and there are changes throughout the city, so I don't want to really put I don't think we should be doing individual notice in certain areas and not in others if we're going to take that tack.
Well, if I have an individual meeting, is that separate?
No. I would say if you want to lead some sort of notice and get the property owners out there to come and meet with you separately to get a feel for what their positions are and get that information out, that would be different.
Okay, and how would I do that?
We could do it with flyers, newspaper notice. I think the city attorney's concern is
No, I understand.
a legal notice on the general plan public hearing, but
No,
a mailed
no,
notice on a community meeting.
I understand.
would be
What
all
I'm trying to do is a separate West Newport meeting for that area. Perhaps Mr. Rosansky and I could meet with the people and try to get a feel for or what the consensus is in that area. And I think that's certainly fair and reasonable. Let me make, I support R1 because I think at the end of the day, it creates the highest and best land value, but it's a generational change. It's not something that's going to happen tomorrow or 5 years from now or 10 years from now.
Yeah, I can appreciate it. If I had a Bayfront home, I might feel that way too. But if a person has all of their money in their retirement invested and if they have planned to develop the lot, just to say, well, it doesn't impact me, it might be a good long-term goal. Well, let's, downzone all of CDM also, and, downzone all those lots, and, just lower density all over. My concern is just that these have always been R2 lots. Now, if you're going to plan Banning Branch where it's a clean slate, then, that's fair. If you want lower density, they're fine, but to take away people's rights, I mean, there are people who are buying, as I said, lots right now who think they're going to do something, then next year they're going to find out they have an R1 lot. So I think if you're going to put any more ads in the newspaper, they should at least say West Newport Beach, your R2 lots, maybe downzone to R1, because nobody knows. It took me an hour to dig through your website.
You are masterful. I have to hand it to you because I even have a hard time reading this. Let me try to, I'll work with planning tomorrow and see if we can get a separate meeting here at City Hall with all the people who are affected. It would be separate and distinct from this so I can get a consensus on where everybody is. We'll try to do that. Thank you.
Is there anybody else that wishes to comment on various different items we've talked about?
I'm Nancy Gardner, co-chair of GPAC, and on this issue, GPAC did recommend R1, but that was based on information that there had been a widely attended meeting. Obviously, it was not as widely attended, perhaps, as had been suggested. And it was the council that went back to the R2 designation. So I would support outreach if possible.
Yeah, I think outreach is appropriate at this point in time.
In those regards, Nancy, I actually had a meeting, and all residents were noticed in West Newport from the river down to, I believe it was 32nd Street where the supermarket is. George, I see you shaking your head. They were not noticed on this particular issue. It was a West Newport visioning meeting. George, please. Thank you. The subject came up at the meeting, and by a show of hands, there was overwhelming support for change from R2 to R1. That being said, it was not noticed that way. The notice, I believe, was sent to all residents as well as all property owners, so they didn't know what they would be there to talk about except for things concerning West Newport. I support the mayor, or Todd's suggestion that maybe we have further notification to those residents on this maybe particular issue and a community meeting. But that was the support for what, Nancy, you were led to believe at GPAC.
Thank you. Further comments, please?
Good evening. I'm Carol Martin, and I'm a resident of the Peninsula. And I'm here tonight to address the issue that appears on page 3, item C of your staff report this evening. And as Patty read the implementation things that you are considering tonight, this was omitted, for which I'm very grateful. However, since it is printed in the draft, I think that it does need to be addressed. It states, regarding the Peninsula Central Newport area, we believe that a similar dwelling unit cap to that suggested for Lido Isle could be established to provide the flexibility to accommodate property owners' interest in two-family development, which is a mouthful and a mystery sometimes, but I think that the staff has been very helpful today in trying to translate this into something that's understandable, and I thank the staff for that. I have followed the general plan visioning process. I've attended the GPAC meetings, many of them. I've attended the community outreach meetings, and never have I heard any discussion when I've been there of this suggestion at any time. And it is certainly not a concept generated by the General Plan Advisory Committee, not by the outreach, not by the visioning program, and I was quite surprised to find it buried on this page in this paper, so obviously I'm sure that others have slept through it besides myself. The Central Newport residents have been very vocal about proposed zoning changes in the peer-to-peer area, but this was not even presented to them, so there was a total lack of awareness. In a quick survey today, I tried to assess how many properties in the Central Newport area are really affected by this. And the result was that there are extremely few properties that are really affected. The immediate obvious similarity of those properties is that those properties that are impacted, would be impacted should this be proposed, is that they are generally properties that are owned by older people. And I could expect the impact of this proposal, if it is truly a proposal, is most likely going to surface when these older residents move to nursing homes and seek other uses for this particular property that would be affected. Disallowing these few properties to develop in a standard manner as proposed in the rest of the document really will not make a significant difference in density or traffic changes. So since I'm here in opposition to this proposal, that could reduce the ability of our family utilizing our 3 adjoining separate legal lots. We believe in community support, we believe in community participation, but we also believe in personal property rights. And I hope that you will join me in opposing this concept, and I would really like to believe that it's not even truly a proposal, it's just something that's mentioned in there, and if that's true, it would be very helpful to have clarification in the minutes to clarify what is the position regarding this. Thank you.
Mrs. Martin, I think I'm confused. This proposal is basically, or this paragraph is basically saying we're changing nothing.
Yes, but it appears there. And it appears there, and I will tell you that it took about 3 hours this morning before I could get staff clarification, and I think that verifies that many people now have looked at this and really cannot understand why that wording is even in there. So perhaps you're absolutely correct, but if so, then we need a clarification.
But you said you're opposed to this paragraph, but this paragraph just maintains the status quo.
I would like to think so. Could you please give me clarification and verification that that's going to be true?
Maybe I can help because I was emailing with Mrs. Martin, and in my first attempt I did not understand her concern, and then made another try, and I might not have made myself clear that time either. I believe that Mrs. Martin is confusing the proposal that we made and for Lido Isle that has been supported by that community, which is to require some lot consolidations so that all of those underlying small lots could not be developed with individual houses. The way that proposal was never made for Balboa Peninsula. Lido Isle is the only place we talked about that. But the only way that Lido Isle accepted that was if we included a certain number of additional units that could be built under some circumstances. So we established for Lido Isle a residential density cap. For the other areas, such as Balboa Island and Balboa Peninsula, where we thought about the possibility of changing the designation from two-family to single-family, when there was opposition to it, staff thought, well, perhaps establishing a density cap while still leaving the two-family designation on everybody's property, so anyone who wanted to do a two-family development could, but since the trend we've been seeing has been single-family, we didn't think that realistically everybody would take advantage of that opportunity, so a cap would not have a realistic limit. We considered that. So I think just making the reference to Lido Isle in this paragraph is what has caused the confusion. But for the peninsula, as Councilmember Ridgway said, the recommendation is the status quo.
Yeah, it's status quo, and I'll stand by that. And your opposition to this paragraph is contrary to what you want.
Thank you for your help. And what I'd also like is clarification why, in this instance, the reference is made to the dwelling unit cap, whereas in the rest of the areas, such as West Newport or Balboa Island, that is not even mentioned. So perhaps it's just unfortunate wording that doesn't belong at this location.
Well, I suppose they were attempting to do something on the peninsula, and at the end of the day, the consensus was just leave status quo.
So that would be a very nice thing to have clarified.
Okay, well then we'll just have that stated more simply, that status quo will remain the same on the peninsula.
That would be
This
great.
is just the wording in the staff report. It's not
Exactly.
going into the general plan. It's just a staff report. The general plan is staying the same.
I understand, and that's why, and Sharon, you didn't need to go into a long dissertation about Lido. Lido is totally different. Status quo remains the same. We'll clarify it, period.
We would appreciate that very much. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to comment on these items? Seeing no one, let's bring it back. And what is the next item that on our discussion list for tonight?
Well, maybe first a question. We have a set of Planning Commission recommendations. Is there anything that the council wants to alter?
I'm fine with the Planning Commission recommendations.
Anybody wish to change anything that Patty's presented related to these 9 areas?
No, but I reserve the right after my meeting, the community meeting that we will have, to change certainly the recommendation here. So if council will bear with me on that one, we're going to do we're going to reach out to the West Newport community and have a community meeting, probably with Councilmember Rosansky and myself, and we'll come back with the results of that meeting.
Now, is that all the way to the Santa Ana River, or is that just down to?
Well, it's on the map.
Well,
Patty knows.
See, the map's up there right now. Are you talking about just this center area, or are you talking about the area that goes all the way to the Santa Ana River?
Well, we can reach out to everybody at the Santa Ana River. I suspect they won't show up. So I think the ones that are going to show up are from, I think that's 30.
Is this about 32nd Street in there?
27th.
This is 27th Street, from
27th
27th Street west.
To where? Where does that, where? Yeah, I would say that's where we'd notify everybody. Okay.
Well, actually, if you're going to notify them, I'd say notify the area.
Okay,
Other areas
then
will.
we'll notify everybody.
Just a question, we're not on page 11 yet, right?
Yes, we are.
Just
We're down to, we're just starting page 11 right now.
Actually, you just approved that.
No way.
Okay. The next item, can you?
Are we on page 11 now?
We're just starting on
Yes.
page 11, and we're waiting for the staff to give us a report on page 11.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, there are 4 sections on land use policies that the staff is requesting additional direction on. These are items which have not been raised for you before, and I will go through them one by one. The first one is regarding transfer of development rights. The existing general plan land use element contains a broad transfer of development rights policy that is applicable citywide, and it refers to implementation in the relevant chapters of the zoning code to govern transfers of development rights. While it hasn't been used very often, it has been longstanding policy since 1988. This existing general plan has a discussion regarding transfer of development rights only within Newport Center and only related to certain of the land uses within Newport Center. We realized that that other broad policy was now absent and thought we should discuss with the Planning Commission and City Council whether a similar broad policy should be incorporated into the updated general plan. The Planning Commission agreed that the flexibility of a transfer of development rights policy could be useful in implementing the general plan, and they indicated a preference for a broadly worded policy with specific regulations developed in the implementation program, such as we did in 1988. They did highlight that they wanted these matters to be subject to discretionary review, and that there should be consideration of certain geographic limits within which transfers could occur. So if the City Council agrees with the Planning Commission, we would then draft such a policy and present it to Planning Commission and City Council. And I should note, for those people that are following this process closely, that the staff has drafted a policy, and it will be reviewed by the Planning Commission this upcoming Thursday, and so we'll be reporting back to the council on their recommendation at your next meeting.
I have a question.
Councilman Nichols?
The second paragraph under item 1, you're talking about transfer of development rights, particularly in Corona Del Mar, and particularly in at least I assume on commercial property areas. What do you mean?
One of the areas where the policies in the land use element have some indication that some properties designated for residential could be used for parking that would support the commercial district is Corona Del Mar. And one possible use of a transfer of development rights policy is that that could help facilitate commercial property owners to acquire residential property, adjoining residential properties in order to achieve more parking.
Well, in correspondence with item 3, which apparently gives a development right of FAR development right of .75 to all commercial properties along Coast Highway. My question is we have imposed very stringent parking standards, for instance, on that Orchard, the project at Orchid and Coast Highway that just recently came up. Are we dropping that? Can he come back in now and ask for a .75 FAR on that property for commercial and no parking needed for any of his development?
No.
Well, why would that not be his ability to do just the same as anybody else who gets to rebuild without having to put any parking in?
Well, I think you're...
Or am I misleading something?
You're kind of mixing up two different policies. There is a separate policy which is discussed more in item 2 related to the reconstruction of nonconformities. All completely new development in Corona del Mar currently and in the future would require the provision of parking except in the circumstances of existing nonconformity should that policy be maintained in the general plan update.
I believe you're allowing, though, anybody who has a commercial property along Coast Highway to redevelop that to a .75 FAR, the way I understand it, without having to put any parking in. Is that not true?
No. The ability to reconstruct nonconforming development is limited to the amount of nonconforming development that is on the ground today. It would not.
They would not.
They would not then be able to increase it and not provide parking.
So basically, they could put everything that's on there now. Let's say they have those upstairs apartments that can't be rented to anybody because they're so noisy they can't be used except for warehousing. They could put that into all a commercial development and basically not provide any parking.
The nonconforming right in those buildings is for residential use, not for commercial.
Would you say that again and explain a little bit on
that? They may be able to reconstruct the nonconforming residential because that is what their existing nonconformity is.
Well, many of this upstairs is not particularly put in as an apartment. It ends up to be an apartment. It has a kitchen facility added, but it's just a room until the kitchen is added. So how would you determine that? I mean, a studio, for example, where they have an apartment microwave and apartment refrigerator is considered a living facility. It doesn't have a complete kitchen, and so I don't understand is what I'm.
Well, we would
particularly in that instance is what I'm.
We would base any rights for reconstruction of nonconforming buildings or nonconforming uses to be based on our permit records and what they actually had legal nonconforming authority to construct at the time the building was built.
Well, I think that's rather unfair, but the second part of this is you're speaking of, I guess, in the second part of the paragraph of 1, that they would be able to buy up, let's say, a residential lot behind them and turn that into parking. Is that what you're referring to?
That's what the proposed land use policies would make provision for. It doesn't require it to happen, but it would enable it to happen.
Okay. At the present time, those particular properties that have been adjacent to commercial are going into new residential. They're being eliminated from commercial parking when they already had been commercial parking or somewhat used for commercial parking. My question is, that then changes the commercial property to one not having any parking. And we're basically saying that we're going to allow those to rebuild without parking. And it seems to me that's quite unfair to the residences next door that you just took parking away from. You said you now have to have 4 spots if you have 2 condos on the property.
Councilmember Nichols, can we let Patty answer that question?
Well, I think the point is well taken, and that would be something that would be dealt with in the actual zoning implementation, where should a property have commercial parking on a residentially zoned lot, and they sought permits to both build the residential and to reconstruct their commercial, I think that we could probably craft the ordinances that would follow this in a way that would not grant that authority in that particular circumstance, if that's the direction the council wants to give us.
Do we need to give you any guidance related to that tonight as far as the changing of the general plan or the policies here? Or can that be something that can be handled under the implementation plan?
Yeah, we think that it's more appropriately placed into the implementation plan and the zoning, so there wouldn't need to be anything added to the general plan.
Okay.
At the present time, we're putting in a lot of commercial restaurants and so forth, and we're not providing parking for them at all. And basically, they're parking all over the residential streets, essentially causing a tremendous problem. And I think the community is aware of that. And what you're
Nichols?
saying is you're going to enhance that in the future. That does not seem to be in the benefit of either the commercial or the residential. And certainly anybody who puts a new commercial in and has to furnish parking.
Councilmember Nichols, I think that we're straying from the subject a little bit.
I'm trying to establish that we need some fairness here.
I think that that's what we've been told, is that would be something that would be looked at the implementation plan level, and this isn't really a general plan level discussion. Mr. Selich?
Yeah, I like the idea of the transfer of development rights. I think that's a good way to get additional public benefits, whether it's parking or open space, view corridors, things of that nature. One of the things I'd suggest that we do, and I agree with the Planning Commission keeping the wording as general as possible, but I do think it might be a good idea to tie that into development agreements so that when we use the transfer development rights, we do it through development agreements, not just through zoning. So if you could take a look at that.
Okay, anybody else? Are we now down to item 2?
Okay, item 2 is requesting guidance related to Balboa Village and their current rights to reconstruct nonconforming structures. Currently, the municipal code in the Central Balboa Specific Plan does make provision for reconstruction of nonconforming buildings in the Balboa Village area without providing necessary parking and without needing to conform with floor area limits. While we did include such a policy for Corona Del Mar in the general plan update draft, we did not place a similar policy for Balboa Village. And so we are seeking direction from council as to whether that should be incorporated into the special policies for the Balboa Village area. The commission did consider this, and they could not come to a consensus, and so we're going to have to receive direction from council on this question.
Councilmember Ridgway?
Yeah, thank you. Patty, currently, non-conforming structures can be rebuilt or built as a matter of right in this current specific plan?
I don't recall whether it requires a discretionary approval, but yes, it's contained within the specific plan.
And what is the FAR in Balboa Village at this point in time?
It's a flexible FAR of 0.5 to 1.
To 1. So like the Balboa Theater building is a 1.
Correct.
Okay. If council will indulge me, actually I see it probably should be easier to allow reconstruction in non-conforming structures because we have about 550 spaces. I mean, ironically, they approved it in Corona Del Mar where you have no parking, and in Balboa, actually, we have about 565, so I have no problem with the concept. Let me say, I would have been just the opposite in Corona Del Mar. I said no, because there's no parking.
Well, I think the idea there, and I think it certainly applies to Balboa Village, is that a lot of the buildings, if you can't replace the square footage that's there's not an economic incentive to do substantial rehabilitation or rebuilding of the structures.
Not only
from the parking. So I think it makes sense in Balboa Village just as much as it does in Corona Del Mar.
Yeah, and we're saying the same thing. Actually, it makes more sense because if you have to self-park on site, then you have to provide a driveway and an access point. It's it's a mess. So if we're going to encourage people to rebuild, then we have to.
Does anybody on the council object to that concept? Does anybody in the public wish to comment on this? Seeing no one, item.
Don, just a question, and that is, what about people who have adjacent properties to those that basically may have some ability to put a little bit of parking on it, but certainly not what they need to, and yet they're then have a totally different standard?
Well, I would just make a comment. Every commercial piece in Balboa Village right now is built out to pretty much a one. I don't know of any sites in there that have parking. I know. Well, actually, I take
that back. We have the market.
Yeah. Well, the market. Oh gosh, I forgot to make a comment earlier tonight.
I'm sorry, you're not allowed to.
I have to.
Okay. Don't keep us in suspense.
Okay. When we had council comments, and I stuck it. I want to make a request for the planning staff, and I have an aerial photograph to look at a joint use project of joint use of parking where the Balboa Market is and the city parking lot between public and private. I did talk to Sharon and Patty, but I just want to make sure that council is aware that we should be looking at a project, a public-private benefit project there for a parking structure.
And this ties in with non-conforming
No, it
uses,
doesn't.
I understand. That's okay.
I'm sorry. I'll hand you my aerial photograph.
Okay, let's, did you have any other items related to the Balboa Village comments? Can we go into the floor area ratio in Corona Del Mar, and you can give that to the staff when you...
Okay, in Corona Del Mar, and really for all of the neighborhood commercial areas in the general plan update draft, the recommended floor area ratio is 0.75. 0.75 was selected because the dominant existing floor area ratios is a flexible floor area ratio of 0.5 to 0.75, with 0.75 being allowed in certain circumstances. So the draft general plan was prepared with the idea that many factors might limit floor area ratios, but to maintain the existing maximum FAR of 0.75. When Corona Del Mar was discussed, a special floor area ratio limit of 0.5 was suggested within the district policies for that area. At the, I think it was the last meeting, the City Council reviewed the special sub-areas and addressed certain land uses within Corona Del Mar that might be designated for a different category than neighborhood commercial, specifically Sherman Foundation Gardens and the Crown Point Residential Care Facility. After that change was directed by City Council, staff went back and rethought the commercial floor area ratio in Corona Del Mar, believing that on an overall basis the existing floor area ratios are probably above 0.5, and on some properties clearly exceed not only 0.75 but might even exceed 1.0. Therefore, the question posed in this section is that we believe that the appropriate maximum FAR should be the same as all other neighborhood commercial districts in Newport Beach at 0.75, and the Planning Commission concurred with this request. They did ask us to verify that a higher FAR was used in the traffic studies, and we have verified that with our traffic consultant.
I would ask that parking be included, though. for these buildings that are .75, not be eliminated. I mean, we're going to require any parking for these commercial buildings that we're allowing.
Yes, we are.
.75.
Any
Yes,
new
we
building
are.
that gets constructed, Councilman Nichols, will have to have parking on it. It'll have to meet the parking requirements, any new building that gets constructed. The only exceptions are going to be
Any building that's
the
supposedly rebuilt doesn't
the
have to meet.
the rebuilt ones do not, that's correct.
And my point is that when they rebuild them, they need the parking just as much as the people who put a new one in.
Okay, but I think that we've already decided that we had adopted the policy that non-conforming uses that are rebuilt don't require the extra parking. Is that correct?
That is based on the existing general plan policy.
Based on the existing general plan policies, and that
Where are
this
these
is
existing and useful anywhere else in town? Or is this just something that's only applied in Corona Del Mar?
Well, it's not applied I did use a misstated word. The only area in Newport Beach that has the ability to reconstruct nonconforming buildings in today's regulatory world is the Central Balboa Specific Plan area or the Balboa Village. The proposed general plan is suggesting a policy that would allow that flexibility in Corona Del Mar as well.
Okay, and we have given you guidance so far to go ahead and include that. That's something that's supported by the Planning Commission.
Yes.
And have you gotten input from the Corona Del Mar Chamber of Commerce and that type of thing? Or the GPAC?
Should not the residences adjacent to this who are going to be impacted by it have a say?
Mr. Mayor, in answer to your question, that was not discussed at the GPAC. I believe that some of the property owners from Corona Del Mar came to the City Council meeting when the City Council was discussing what to include in the project description for the EIR, and they suggested this ability to rebuild nonconforming, and the City Council agreed, and since then the Planning Commission has as well. And the
Okay.
City Council has agreed a second time.
That's right. And so we're not really discussing that right now. We're discussing the paragraph 3 has to do with new construction and floor area ratios of .75.
Yes.
Is that correct?
But they would require parking.
Definitely.
Yes.
For the floor area ratio of .75. Okay, did anybody else have any comments related to that?
Just quickly, on that policy where they can rebuild, are they, I'm assuming that they're required to replace at least the amount of parking spaces that they did have, even if it was non-conforming?
Once again, that would be left to the zoning and implementation, but obviously we wouldn't want them to become more nonconforming as it relates to parking.
But we've created areas like Goldenrod right now, Steve, which is totally impacted from a traffic standpoint. You can't get through that area at Goldenrod and Coast
I understand.
Highway.
I just want to make sure that
I just want to make
sure that the policy, because it is a very liberal policy to allow total reconstruction of existing buildings, that the policy does also reiterate the fact that they have to at least replace the amount of parking that pre-existed.
I think we could just modestly alter the policy to say that reconstruction can occur so long as no new nonconformities were created, and that would most likely apply to the parking situation.
Good, thank you.
Actually, the way the policy reads now is to their pre-existing intensity. So that would tell me that they can't get any more building than they have today. So if there's existing parking somewhere, that has to remain. I think.
Well, the building could be reconfigured, and it could be a two-story building that can make it a one-story building and lose all their parking spaces. I mean, I just don't think that we should make it any less parking non-conforming than it currently is.
Okay. Can we go forward to paragraph 4, which is public facilities and private recreation land use categories?
Okay, this particular discussion relates to the land use classifications contained within the draft element in the area of public facilities and parks and recreation. I will start with public facilities, where Staff is proposing the deletion of FA limits for properties designated as public facilities in the general plan. The reason for this recommendation is that the city has been fairly uneven in applying FAR limits to public facilities, where while many of them in our existing general plan do carry such limits, probably close to an equal number do not. Additionally, most of these types of facilities are not required to adhere to local land use regulations. School districts, for instance, have no requirement to conform to zoning requirements or general plan requirements for their school-related facilities. Most public utilities in the county have taken the same position based on case law, and the city itself is not subject to its own regulations. Therefore, the establishment of FAR limits is it wouldn't do anything, so we're recommending just saying that the floor area limits are not applicable. And the Planning Commission, a majority of the Planning Commission did agree with this, but one commissioner did object.
Any comments from the council? Okay.
Well, how would this be applied so a city facility that is built on a piece of property doesn't have to have parking, for example? Is that right, or?
No, we're only talking floor area limits here. We're talking the floor area limit.
Okay, but the floor area limit would allow the largest floor area, would allow a larger floor area limit without parking being required.
Well, a public entity that constructs a facility without the necessary amount of parking wouldn't be doing its job very well. You know, obviously, the issue of parking for New City Hall has been a big point of discussion, and a substantial extra amount of parking is being suggested as part of that project if it is implemented. So.
In that specific example, we've looked at parking, but I don't think we've necessarily done that at meeting houses and so forth. I mean,
well, parking was a major issue for the Newport Coast Community Center. For any city project, the city council still has approval authority because the city council approves the plans and specifications on the project.
Yeah, so that's we take care of the parking as necessary.
So Balboa Island Theater, the Balboa Peninsula Theater, Balboa Theater, if that were rebuilt, would have parking. We would be using public parking behind it.
That's correct. Anybody from the public wish to comment on this? Seeing none, let's go forward to Parks and Recreation.
Parks and Recreation is a little bit more complicated. The staff is proposing a change in the Parks and Recreation land use category as it relates to private uses, such as golf courses and other private parks and recreation areas. They are shown in strikeout underline in your staff report. It's on page 13 of the staff report, where the public recreation designation allows parks, active and passive, golf courses, marina support facilities, tennis clubs, etc. And for public uses, we once again are suggesting that there be no established floor area ratio for those public uses, similar to the previous discussion. But private uses do carry floor area ratios within the plan, and there was a discussion as to whether all facilities related to parks and recreation facilities should be counted against permitted floor areas. So the original language would have allowed maintenance equipment sheds, supply storage, and restrooms which are not traditionally used in determining intensity limits to not be included as calculation against floor area limits or as the limits in the anomaly table. After a discussion with an interested party today, there was a request, and staff has prepared additional language for consideration related to the specific needs of golf courses, and that is reflected in the handout that Sharon just passed out to you, where we would add a sentence to that language for private uses, that for golf courses, these uses may also include support facilities for ground maintenance employees, which are usually integral parts of maintenance facilities in those kinds of land uses. And staff recommends that you accept this language.
Yeah, I have no problem with that. I guess the Planning Commission did not have benefit of a letter from Big Canyon at that point in time, and it certainly doesn't increase the traffic or parking requirements.
I'm confused. Let's put this in engineering talk so that I can understand this.
That's
if we allow 65,000 square feet for a golf course's clubhouse, and that's what our anomaly table says, does that 65,000 square feet include the support facilities for ground maintenance, or does it exclude it?
This new language would exclude it.
It would exclude. Okay, I understand that. Thank you. I have one question on page 13. It happens to be right above the one that's underlined. It talks about the open space designation for the Banning Ranch area. At one time, I thought we discussed the possibility of there being some sort of time limit placed on whether or not that open space would be there forever, or if it's going to be there for, given an opportunity for people to purchase it for a 4-year period, 5-year period, 15-year period, 50-year period, whatever. I thought that we were going to try to, some way or another, indicate that yes, we want to make it available, but not necessarily forever.
Yes, we have been working with the property owners on a letter of understanding that would set forth the time periods and how all that would happen, and we are expecting to bring that to the council at the June 27th hearing.
So that we would add some sort of clarification to this paragraph at that time, which says 4 years, 5 years, 10 years, 50 years?
I think it would more likely be a clarification to one of the policies, not to the land use table, which is what we have here.
Because this land use table doesn't it provide for both? If it isn't open space, it provides for other development?
Yeah. We'll have to think about whether it needs to be both places.
Okay, I just want to make sure we don't overlook that.
And, Mr. Mayor, there was one other request in addition to the language change in the letter from the Big Canyon Country Club. The anomaly table now shows 65,000 square feet for their facilities that would count towards the square footage limit, and they have requested that that be increased to 75,000 square feet.
Anybody on the council object to that?
Spoke with Larry Tucker. He's a member of the country club. He said 950 members, and something that they'd view very favorably to go from that 65 to 75.
Does the council object to that?
No, I have no problem with it.
Okay. Let's, we have no problem with that. Okay. Next item is, we've covered the Big Canyon Country Club.
Yes.
Land use policy comparisons.
Just one last one for me before Sharon takes over here. Well, I'm going to mention that. It's all the land use policy. We do have the land use policy comparison table that was provided for you in your staff report. Is the wide 11 by 17 fold out. That particular...
In these?
These, yes. This provides a comparison of the land use policies that shows the original Planning Commission recommendation on land use policies, and then the changes made by the City Council, which are reflected in the draft general plan. There I go. Okay. The Planning Commission at their last meeting reviewed all of the land use policy comparison table, and they did suggest a change to one of the policies, LU 3.3, under opportunities for change. In the West Newport area, they wanted to clarify that included in the reuse of the industrial properties, that development of non-water marine dependent uses would be included in the list, and staff thought that was a good addition and believes the City Council should support it. Now, we did raise the question in the staff report whether the City Council wants to re-review all of the land use policies through the use of this table at this time.
Okay. Anybody have any comments on those?
I'm fine with that change, and I don't particularly want to go through all those policies again.
So basically, we don't have to go through it, is what we're saying.
Have we established the date at which we will vote on these in case we wanted to talk to staff and maybe fine-tune anything?
July 25th.
Okay, so this isn't the final.
It's getting close. All right. Does the public have any comments related to the land use policy comparisons? Seeing no one, let's move forward to the circulation element.
Strangely enough, I'm going to talk about this one.
Are you qualified?
This is the planning part, not the engineering.
Okay.
We have included as attachment to the staff report, and it begins on handwritten page 31, some changes to the introduction section. I don't think there's anything substantive here. It's mostly for clarification and to better set up the issues to get us set for the policies that follow. I did just notice that somehow we failed to give you a corrected copy. The Planning Commission requested that on page 7-5, which is handwritten page 34, in the first paragraph where you see quite a bit of strikeout language, that we add back in the last sentence.
What page is that again?
It's 7-5 or handwritten page 34. And the sentence reads, any development project submitted to the city for consideration will also be required to conduct more detailed peak hour analysis at all potentially impacted intersections.
That's on page handwritten 34, the last paragraph?
The first paragraph,
First paragraph,
last
okay.
sentence.
This is.
What are you doing to it, Sharon? Just say it again.
On handwritten page 34, the first paragraph, before principal arterial, the Planning Commission recommended that we reinstate the final sentence, which is shown in strikeout.
So put that last sentence back in.
Yes.
The whole thing, the
Yes.
big sentence. So the strikeout on page 34 is back in.
No. Only
Just
the
that one
last
sentence.
Only the last sentence.
Well,
There's two
is it-
sentences there.
Any
Boy,
development
I
projects.
didn't see any period in the damn thing.
It's the third line from the bottom of the paragraph where it starts.
Anybody have any objections to that? Seeing none, let's go forward. Let's see. Now, you've given us some we're talking about circulation element review, right?
Yes.
You've given us some revised language related to, we had a request from the Harborview Hills Community Association requesting that wording be added related to a condition that's in the existing circulation element, which refers to when you can add 2 more lanes on MacArthur Boulevard between Harbor View and Crown Drive Extension. And that language says a new policy that would be CE 2.1.6, which says plan the addition of a lanes to MacArthur Boulevard between Harbor View Drive and the prolongation of Crown Drive so that no more than 4 lanes are constructed only when the daily volume to capacity ratio equals 1.0 after a public hearing before the City Council and only by narrowing the median. That median was constructed wide enough to where you can construct those 2 additional lanes without doing any exterior widening of the roadway.
And
I recommend, and I think Councilmember Selich also recommends that wording be added back in.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, is that the same wording we have in the existing general plan, or are you rewriting it, or say the same thing, or what?
It's saying the same thing. I rewrote it a bit so it would be in the same active voice style as all the other policies in this general plan.
Okay. Well, I'd be interested, I think there's some people from Harborview Homes here interested that they feel that that's saying the same thing as the existing general plan says. Oh, thanks.
The existing general plan has 4 different conditions, and 3 of the 4 conditions have already been met, and this particular condition here is the one that would relate to the amount of traffic volume and related to when you could actually accomplish the adding of 2 additional lanes. Anybody on the council have any questions related to this?
Well, are we speaking of the area where we narrow down MacArthur to a couple lanes and then we allow it to widen out so we can turn it at Coast Highway? I think that's the area we're talking about.
We're talking about the area between Crown Drive and Harbor View Drive, and that's an area where you have a wide median and you still have 2 lanes in each direction in that area, and
now,
if we ever decide to go to 3 lanes.
Where does
Crown Drive is up above. It would be a projection of Crown Drive. It's about halfway between Harbor View and San Miguel.
Okay, so that's coming into the intersection that is there now at Newport Hills Drive, I guess, right?
No. It's a stretch of roadway, and its description is between Harbor View and the extension, if Crown Drive were to be extended.
That's about halfway up the hill.
It's about halfway up the hill.
To San Miguel.
If we agree to add that, is there anybody from the public that would like to comment on that item?
Barry Allen, 1021 White Sails Way, Corona Del Mar. The comments I would like to make, first of all, I'd like to thank Patty Temple very much for telling us about this hearing, because we knew nothing about it. We didn't find out about it till Thursday, and of course that's when we started trying to do something about it. And I really appreciate the staff coming up with this additional language. I would like to change the language that they propose in 2 categories. In the 4th line, after it says ratio equals 1.0, comma, I would add in that section of MacArthur Boulevard, so there's no confusion. And then after a public hearing before the Planning Commission and the City Council, which is the appropriate way that all planning matters take place. They first go to the Planning Commission and the City Council.
The existing language refers only to the City Council, I think, but whatever the council wishes.
Okay.
Well,
normally a road widening project wouldn't necessarily go to the Planning Commission if it's a public works project. So,
Barry, what do you mean by 1.0 on capacity ratio?
That's the vehicle capacity ratio for a roadway of that size.
So you're saying if it actually is flowing as much as the theoretical amount of 16,000 vehicles per hour per lane, something like that, and each of the 2 lanes, then at that point it would be considered for widening. Is that right?
Yep.
So the traffic would have to be above that threshold?
After a public hearing.
I understand, but what you're saying is that you would have to have that traffic level as one of the conditions and a public hearing to then widen the highway.
That's what it says. That's my understanding, is that this got negotiated when they were widening MacArthur, and it basically just says get the roadway up to 0.1 or 1.0, however you want to calculate it, and then have a public hearing to determine whether the roadway is going to be widened from 2 lanes to something greater than 2, or greater than 4 lanes. And the only thing I want to add, though, is that there's one additional thing we want to add. In the letter that I wrote to the City Council, to Sharon Wood, and a copy to Don Webb, and talked to other members of the City Council, differs a little bit from what's being proposed, because, let me just preface this by saying, you know, when our association and other associations come before the City Council and the Planning Commission, and we make negotiations and deals with things, we expect them to stay in there until there's some very, very good reason to have them taken out. And we think it's only fair that the same thing apply to Corona Del Mar Plaza that was negotiated with the city and with the people from Corona Del Mar Plaza when that project was approved, but also you don't count traffic that goes into Corona Del Mar Plaza for purposes of reaching the capacity. And that should also be in there, because that's also part of the approval process for that project. It was an additional element beyond the 1.0, beyond the public hearing, and it was agreed to by the City Council, agreed to by the Planning Commission. We want to add that one too.
Okay. In order to accomplish that, I think that you would say something to the effect, seeing the traffic entering Corona Del Mar Plaza access ramp not be included in the calculation of the VC ratio.
Calculation of traffic volume, which requires the widening of MacArthur Boulevard to 6 lanes, as outlined in the circulation element of the general plan. That's exactly what it says in the condition and the project, and I'd like that language added.
I think that we can just add a phrase after volume to capacity ratio equals 1.0 in that section of MacArthur Boulevard, comma, not counting traffic from, is it a specific driveway from Corona Del Mar Plaza?
But that traffic is going to Pacific Driveway, not coming from.
There's no question.
It's only an it's only
whatever the
inlet.
whatever the existing language
Yeah,
is.
I understand, but that would mean that you would have to have somewhere around 40,000 cars a day, I guess, instead of 32. On
That access ramp, I don't know what, it's got 1,000 cars a day, 100 cars a day?
We counted one time, and I thought it was more like 600. But
okay, so 600 cars a day.
So it's not a lot, is it?
No, it's not. I have no problems with adding that clause.
I don't have any problem with it either, and on adding the Planning Commission in there, I think that given the sensitivity of this whole issue, I think that if and when this ever comes about, the council might be thankful to have it go to the Planning Commission before it comes here.
Normally, you wouldn't take public works contracts to the Planning Commission. There's not really a, well, you can,
Well, you figure it out.
as far as I'm concerned, I think that it's adequate for the council to approve.
Yeah, they don't have jurisdiction. I don't think you can confer it on them.
Actually, I think
You'd have
that
to
in
change
a
our
way they
ordinance.
do have jurisdiction, because I think that the CIP needs to go to them, I think, on an annual basis to make sure that they're consistent with the general plan. So they would at least have, if it was a
that
planned
aspect.
project, they would have at least some say on that.
But we're speaking of that, the 4-lane area coming into where the shopping center is. That particular area would have to reach that density to modify that section to go to 6 lanes, is what you're saying.
Okay, let's, I don't have a problem with adding Planning Commission into it. Shall we move forward?
Is part of adding Planning Commission, though, is the thought that it could just, that could be at the end of the road is the Planning Commission, it wouldn't go to City Council?
It has to go to
people
City
would
It
have
has to go to
end up
City
with the
Council.
neighborhood. I know, but
No, it has to go to us. It's a public works.
I understand that, but
There were a lot of people who came, by the way, on very short notice, and if people would stand to support us in this and support also the staff and the change they made. I'd appreciate it if they'd stand and get all the names down. Because it affects all the Harborview neighborhoods. I don't want to go into the details because you're very busy tonight as to why this was ever proposed to start with. But I really appreciate all the people showing up to support this.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you all for coming tonight.
Anything else that we need?
I guess I should be asking that of you.
No, I mean, I don't want to walk away from the podium in disrespect to anybody if someone's got a question for me.
I think that our questions have been answered. Thank you very much for your...
Thank you very much, Mayor Webb and Councilman. Really appreciate it.
Is there anything else that we need to discuss on as far as circulation element is concerned? Excuse me? We have one more person that wishes to comment on this.
This is a comment on the circulation element relating to Mariner's Mile. Were you going to talk about that, or were you going to go beyond that?
I didn't have a comment to make on it, but the entire circulation element is part of the public hearing.
Are we going to try to finish up what you have as far as your particular items, and then open it up to the various different discussions of the, like, for instance, the environmental document, the implementation plan, and all those?
Well, I thought we would finish with the staff recommendations on the circulation element,
Okay.
and then open it up for general comment on the circulation element, and then move on to
Jan, can you
implementation.
Let the staff finish the circulation element, and then we'll let you get back up here.
And on the same sheet where the revision we were just discussing are some proposed revisions regarding the equestrian trail in Santa Ana Heights, and you have some correspondence that was left at your desks this evening as well. There is one letter from Buck Johns, and there is also a memo from the Director of Planning and Development Services to Supervisor Silva, indicating that the county is still studying this matter. They're not sure this section of trail is a regional facility. So I don't expect that we're going to have a resolution from the county on this issue within the time frame that we're looking at for our general plan. And for that reason, what I'm suggesting is that we delete figure CE5 from the circulation element, and that's the equestrian and hiking trails master plan. The existing circulation element does not have such a map in it, so that would not constitute a change from our existing general plan that the county would need to approve. And then we would also need to amend policy 5.1.1, which just refers to that figure.
Okay, does anybody have any objections to that?
We're talking about page number 7.10 or something like that, or the wording that you're speaking of.
I will try to locate it for you.
She's really referring to this piece of paper that we were handed,
Yeah,
which has the condition related to MacArthur Boulevard.
She's talking about the circulation element and horse trail. That's what we're talking about. Oh.
The figure that I'm referring to follows page 7-22 in the circulation element, but it was not included in your binder. You would need to look at your original draft general plan, which is where the color exhibits are.
And so we would just remove that sheet from the general plan.
So where does that leave the horse trail then, at that point?
It still is in the Santa Ana Heights specific plan. And,
Okay.
And it's
the entire horse trail, or just
The entire horse trail is in the specific plan.
And so when we have an indication from the county whether or not they are approving our ability to amend, we can take an action with regard to the entire trail or that little segment that has been of concern to the neighborhood. But in order for us to just finish our general plan work, I'm suggesting that we take it out of the general plan because it isn't in the existing circulation element and leave it in the specific plan where it is now, so it still remains on the books, if you will, for the city.
So it's
Why
really
wouldn't we
small.
take and, if I understand the letter from the county right, they consider that particular segment, trail segment that's in question here to be a local trail, not a regional trail. Why wouldn't we just amend that diagram to remove the local trails and leave the regional trails in?
Because of the number of people who would come to the public
That's
hearing
right.
and speak in favor of keeping that trail, and then I think it would just
So
be
it's just
a
easier just to
difficult
eliminate the whole thing for
decision,
now?
yeah.
We're really not eliminating the trail. We're
No.
I
removing
understand
the-
that. We're just limiting the diagram from the
We're
from the
eliminating the
book.
diagram because our general plan still has a discussion of equestrian trails in it. It doesn't,
Okay,
it's
I'm
not
satisfied.
specific.
Satisfied?
So what does removing the diagram do then? What's the purpose of removing the diagram?
Removing the diagram would mean that we are not amending our general plan without the approval of the county, because at the moment, our general plan does not include that diagram.
So we're not going to take that portion of the general plan to the county for approval, that's what you're saying?
We don't need
Because we're
to.
removing the exhibit.
Right.
Can the trail go forward without an amendment of the general plan?
Yes.
I think so, because it's in the specific plan.
It's in the specific plan, which is adopted by the city, and if it were to. Okay. Anything else that the staff wishes to tell us about the circulation element?
Well, just that we had included the riveting policy comparison tables for this element as well.
Plus a whole bunch of others. 50 pages of them, I think. Okay. Only those of us that read them. Okay, anything else that the council wishes to discuss on circulation element before I ask for general public comments on the circulation element? You're up. Jan.
Good evening, Jan Vandersloot from Newport Heights. I specifically would like to refer to the last paragraph on handwritten page 36, page 7-7, that relates to changing level of service D at Riverside Avenue and Dover Drive in Mariners Mile to level of service E as being the established standard for these two intersections. I'm opposed to that. I think that most of the people in Newport Beach are opposed to making our intersections more congested, and that's what basically a level of service E means. It means a more congested intersection, and by codifying it as a level of service E, then you're condemning that whole neighborhood to having bad traffic. And we up in the Newport Heights and also in the Cliff Haven area are very sensitive to the traffic on Mariners Mile, because when Mariners Mile gets congested, the traffic tends to come up into the neighborhood. That's why the neighborhood was very concerned about the Mariners Gateway project and the extra signal that was proposed to be put on Coast Highway. So I am opposed to your making this change. The rest of the city has a level of service D. You want to make level of service E being the standard in the airport area and in Mariners Mile. And before you do this, I wonder if you actually have approached the community associations, the Newport Heights Improvement Association and the Cliff Haven Community Association, because I think if you do, you will find that the community associations are opposed to making Mariners Mile more congested. So first of all, I have a question. Has those two associations, have they weighed in on this?
I haven't seen anything specifically discussed on it. They are aware of our general plan of review. They have had copies of these documents. I'm not, do we have, can you give us an...
Because I don't see anyone here from Newport Heights Improvement Association. I know they are very sensitive about this. I know that Cliff Haven also, and I would, before you pass this, I would ask you, just like you sent a previous matter back to get more public outreach, I would ask that you bring this particular topic to those community associations.
I have a question here. When it talks about to achieve level of service D, it says require elimination of the sidewalk. Is that the complete sidewalk or just the reduction of a portion of the sidewalk?
Reduction.
Well, I think I'm against that policy as well then, quite honestly.
Well, I think that one of the things that you have to look at is the neighborhood association willing to allow for the construction that's necessary in Mariners Mile to accommodate a level of service D? In other words, really the proposed improvements, as I recognize them out there, are for just a third eastbound lane. To obtain a level of service D, you need to have a double left turn lane, and I believe you can get a level of service D if that improvement's in there. However, it will take a greater amount of widening on the inland side. Instead of 12 feet, it will probably take someplace between 16 and 18 feet. So in looking at the strict level of service E versus D, one of the reasons why this was recommended, as I understand it, was that there was some concern about the ability to be able to widen the street to get a level of service D. And
Well,
so
I think that's something that
was
should be
the
discussed at the level of the community associations. I think this problem has been simmering for a long time. And what the community associations would accept, you know, how much widening that they would agree to. You also have to deal with the business owners who don't want to lose parking on Coast Highway. You know, there are a lot of factors that enter into the equation. But the main thing, I think, is to get this back to the community associations, because if there's relatively minor adjustments, like making the sidewalk a little bit more narrow, then I don't think you should change the whole policy to reflect a higher level of congestion, level of service E rather than D. I think the community would accept relatively minor adjustments. Whether or not they accept the kind of width adjustments from 12 feet to 16 feet, I personally don't have any objection to that myself, but I think it ought to be something that should be discussed by the community association. They're the ones who are going to be impacted by the traffic.
Does the staff have any comments related to that?
Well, the intersection at Riverside is currently at level of service E, and the existing general plan doesn't really set a level of service standard. It has a goal of level of service D whenever possible. So one of the changes that we're making in this circulation element is to set a firm standard of level of service D, except for that list of intersections in policy 2.1.1, where either they're in the airport area and affected by regional traffic, or in areas like Corona Del Mar and in Mariners Mile, where the improvements to achieve level of service D would impact the pedestrian environment. And of special concern to both our in-house and our consulting traffic engineers at Riverside was the number of pedestrians and bicyclists, especially students who use that intersection, and whether narrowing that sidewalk would have an impact on the safety for those people.
Well, again, I think you've got to go back to the community that's impacted by this. I don't think most people in Newport Beach want to see their intersection so congested that traffic is diverted up into the neighborhood. You know, that's basically what I'm asking for. I don't agree at all with changing E to D, even in the airport area. I mean, I think that we're just asking for trouble, and instead we should be reducing the densities and intensities to reflect our current feasible circulation improvements. So in this particular case of the Riverside and the Dover Drive, I think those are very sensitive intersections, and I think the community has not been apprised well enough of it, and I would ask that you allow this to go back.
Yeah, I tend to agree here in that I don't know that we should just give up, you know, on those two intersections. I think that there are opportunities there to widen the street. There are extra wide sidewalks in that area, and I don't see heavy pedestrian activity on the north side of that street. And I'm not saying that it's going to happen, but certainly I think by saying level of service E, you basically it's fait accompli at that point. Now, I know in Corona Del Mar, the bid came, and the chamber and the homeowners association, they all said we want medians and two lanes of traffic, and we want to slow traffic down, and they've accepted that down in Corona Del Mar, at least.
They didn't say that.
Well, I think they did, but that's another story. But they certainly haven't said that in Mariners Mile. I think that Jan is right, and that the two neighborhoods there, Cliff Haven and Newport Heights, have been very vocal about traffic through Mariners Mile and development on Mariners Mile, including the residential development that's proposed there, which they did come, I think, at the last meeting to object to. And I certainly wouldn't want to memorialize level of e-service.
Well, are these projections for Mariners Mile and Corona Del Mar, are they based on the traffic model that was run after we did all the reductions in land use?
No, we have not done that traffic model yet. So this is based on the EIR project description.
So if we run the traffic model based on all the trip reductions we've done, so some of these could possibly change. Is that not correct? Or don't you feel there's any chance they will change?
Well, it's irrelevant whether it's going to, if it changes, then it's level of service D, then we didn't do anything. And if it is still level of service E or worse, which I doubt it'll be worse, but let's say level of service E, I'm saying that I don't think that we should just say, okay, well, it is what it is, and that's going to be the end
I
of
don't
it.
disagree with that. I'm just questioning whether this is really accurate given
Well,
all
it
the
may not
reductions
be.
we
Well,
made.
I
that
hope it's
intersection
not,
is
but-
level of service E today, and it's impacted by regional traffic. And in my conversation with Carlton Waters, our traffic engineer, about what we might find in the final model run with the revised land use plan, that while the number of trips is decreasing as a result of the work that the Planning Commission and City Council did, because of the really significant influence of regional traffic on our community, that he is not expecting that the need for improvements will change.
I would address that the letter that I put in on Corona Del Mar is valid, and I believe that it should be considered. I would have to tell you that we say in the general plan that we are supposed to do everything we can to achieve level of service D, and it says specifically that. And if we do not address things that can do that and purposely distort the language, we used a study that addressed both residential and bicycles, and we left out bicycles very conveniently because that would require changes in Coast Highway. And I don't believe that this kind of distortion is appropriate at all.
Let's take these one item at a time then. We have, as far as the discussion that Dr. Vandersloot brings up at level of service D at Riverside and Dover, it makes the Dover improvements is fairly significant there too. But at any rate, do we want to allow for an E level there or not?
I believe you have to consider feasible alternatives, and the question is are we addressing them in our document? And I don't think so, Don.
Okay, well, I'm talking about the Riverside and Dover at this present
But
time.
Riverside and Dover, did we address feasible alternatives that would bring us down to a D?
I think that we have discussed.
I mean, they're in the document that show, so people can see those, what the alternative would be?
Wait a second. I believe that we discussed at least the third left turn, the third through lane in Mariners Mile. And did we discuss something at Dover Drive?
I don't believe that it's been discussed at any of the public hearings. Mr. Waters, I'm sure, could tell us what it would take to get to level of service D, because that was part of his study. I didn't ask him to come this evening because I thought it was going to be a policy
let's hold
review.
it. Maybe we need to hold this item over until the next meeting, and we'll discuss, get the information that's necessary to determine what the improvements are. And Dr. Vandersloot, are you finished?
Yes.
Your time's up. Anybody else wish to comment on this?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I just would like to provide a little historical perspective that I think, Mr. Mayor, you may recall. During the time of the development of the specific plan and the visioning report for Mariners Mile, there was a great deal of feedback and involvement with the Newport Heights community group. And at that time, what they were saying, as I recall, was that the reason they did not want the improvements at the intersection of Riverside and PCH was that they felt that the actual intersections, which could reduce the level of service or improve the level of service, would in fact encourage cars to go up into Newport Heights. And Mr. Vandersloot seems to be suggesting a complete reversal on that position. So I'm not taking a position here one way or the other on whether you have the meeting or whether you make the change. But there was, when Norma Glover was on the city council from that district, you'll recall that she was quite active in wanting to do traffic calming and other measures up there because that would then counter some of the impacts. Now, whether those circumstances still remain, I don't know. But that was a lot of the dialogue that I recall led staff to the fact that we've got an existing situation there that there's never been any support for change, and that therefore they wanted to label it what it's existing at. But there may be another way to state that very same thing if, in fact, that lack of improvements is what the community wants because they see that as a protection. Thank you.
Well, I would tend to disagree with what Carol just said, because I think that the argument that the people up in Newport Heights make is that Pacific Coast Highway doesn't function properly, that the intersections there and the lights deter people from going through there, and then they cut up Dover, come through on Cliff Drive, and come through their neighborhoods, go up 15th Street, whereas if they had a way of accessing through Coast Highway to Newport Boulevard, maybe they would bypass their neighborhood. So I don't think that may have been a historical perspective, but I don't think that's the perspective today.
Well, I certainly support improvements to that intersection, so I just thought I'd offer what I thought was a great deal of dialogue previously.
I think that what I'd like to see is that you come back to us with at least in this Mariners Mile section, both Dover Drive and Riverside, at what improvement would be necessary to, with our projected reductions and all that kind of stuff, approximately what's necessary. It's not going to make that much difference what the reductions would make. Now, I guess the next question would be, do we also continue that through and look at what would be required to have an acceptable level of service at Marguerite and Goldenrod? It's my understanding there you'd need to have 6 lanes on Coast Highway, and we've already taken a vote of the City Council that we would not consider more than 4 lanes on Coast Highway, if I remember correctly.
My question is in your general plan, you're required to consider all feasible. Whether you adopt that or not is something different, but you haven't considered the feasible.
I think that what we, as far as I'm concerned, the general plan, can you comment on that?
Well, I don't believe that that's a requirement of state law for general plans. For the EIR, we're required to consider feasible, not all feasible alternatives, but feasible alternatives to the project that's been proposed. And we did do that. I think we had 4 alternatives that were studied in the environmental impact report.
What were they, Sharon, that were corresponding to the 6 lanes on Coast Highway?
Well, they were all land use alternatives. That would have different impacts.
Reducing the land use?
Yes.
The point is that there are traffic alternatives that are possible, and they do not cause massive mitigation measures or something like that. And these have been previously put forth, and they've never been even considered. And the council has not had the portion of their own studies that talked about bicycle traffic considered. And we've just had 2 major accidents with bicycles in the city where there was a major collection against the city because of that.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Selich?
Yeah, I think we've discussed this issue, I don't know how many times during the course of this general plan, and I think we've made the decision. I don't see where it's fruitful to continue on with it.
As to Corona Del Mar.
Del Mar, correct.
I need to make a comment to the statement that Councilmember Nichols, because I don't want to leave anybody with the impression. The 2 settlements that we have made relative to bicycle accidents were not in this area. They weren't on Coast Highway and Corona Del Mar, and they were both in areas where we had bike lanes. So that isn't exactly, I think, an accurate description of the settlements that we just had.
But would you say, Robin, that we have met any of the legal requirements for bike lanes through that section of Newport Beach? I mean, through Corona Del Mar?
I think that we need to, this is not really a topic of our discussion right here. If, as far as Corona Del Mar is concerned, I think that we have already agreed at least once during the original discussion. Does anybody in the council, other than Mr. Nichols, wish to change the paragraph on Corona Del Mar? Hearing no one, I think that we need to go forward with that. We also have a discussion up in the airport area, and it was one of the things that was pointed out that wasn't specifically mentioned, is that the city of Irvine and the boundary area, well, the city of Irvine considers level of service E to be acceptable. And so one of the items that was mentioned in the discussion is that those areas and intersections that bound on Irvine would have an acceptable, would consider level of service E to be acceptable. Is that, did I read that correctly?
That's correct. And in fact, the situation with the city of Irvine is one of the things that's been added to the introductory language that we presented this evening.
Okay.
And that makes sense, too, in case we engage in any collaborative planning with them.
Okay, there was one other item in Councilmember Nichols' letter that discussed the potential of constructing a Fifth Avenue extension through Buck Gully. I am not sure that, I'm trying to discuss everything that was mentioned in the letter, and does the council wish to consider that?
Let me just state again what that is and why it came up, and that is that the Buck Gully is going to have a dam across it, approximately at Fifth Avenue. And we have talked about the fact that a road behind Cameo Highlands and Cameo Shores is possible. There is a road right now on the east side of Cameo Shores, not Cameo Shores, Cameo Highlands, and that could be connected. It would serve as a possible route where, in case of an emergency on Coast Highway, people could traverse without having to come all the way around to San Joaquin Hills Road. And it has merit in that respect.
Okay, I would, having been involved in the planning and having looked at that from an engineering standpoint while on city staff back in about 1974 and 75 when it was ruled out at the same time we eliminated the coastal freeway, I put together a picture which I showed you, which
this is
something
not the same road, Don.
Well, Dick, this happens to be taken from the intersection of Poppy and Fifth Avenue. And so you were talking about extending Fifth Avenue across. What you have to do in order to accomplish what you've talked about is to extend the road down into the gully, over a dam, up between the golf course and Corona Highlands and Cameo Highlands, around and through the golf course, and there's no room to do it, and it would, I have never heard any residents in the area that would ever consider that. And so I would suggest that unless there's somebody else on the council that wishes to consider this further, that this item not be considered.
If there's an item that could be considered,
sure.
Maybe we have to backtrack a little bit. Can you address the correspondence from Harbor Day School?
Oh, we just received that today, and so we would prefer to wait until the next hearing to respond to that.
Thank you.
There was also an email from Tom Marshall from the Catellis Group. That's the first one in this package, and that's really just a policy question for the City Council. This is regarding the Albertson Center across the street from City Hall here, and you have previously indicated that you wanted it for commercial use only, and the request is to consider once again mixed use on that property.
Mixed use with ground floor commercial. I mean, that's the way the letter was presented. It even went further to say that ground floor commercial would be a market. So, do we have a study of what that does to traffic?
I believe the traffic model did look at mixed use. That was part of the project description in the original version. That was originally discussed at the time of the EIR in your initial round of land use considerations to take a look at mixed use there. So I believe the EIR did. Well, I'll verify that. We'll verify that with Carlton. But I believe it did analyze that. We can provide you the numbers at your next meeting.
Well, I'm not prepared to make a suggested policy change until I understand the traffic impact of the mixed use on that property.
And I'm going to reiterate, I was at my request that we put that back to commercial use to preserve the supermarket opportunity there. And I certainly wouldn't want to do anything that would jeopardize that. And I understand that the letter had some reference to including a potential supermarket use at some, as part of a proposed development. But I don't know how that we would build that into our general plan, and I still see that as a commercial piece of property. It's a neighborhood shopping center. I think it functions very well that way. It's highly used. It's one of only 2 supermarkets on the peninsula, and I'd hate to see that developed into some type of specialty market or something as part of some other development or whatever. So without knowing or guaranteeing what type of a market was going to be there and this and that, I just assume leave it as a commercial piece of property.
Well, if we could bring back okay. Thank you.
Okay, now, are we supposed, is the next item the draft environmental document? Do you want to go through that? I know it's part of the staff report.
Yes, we might, though, quickly jump to the implementation program, because the only thing that staff is seeking there is direction from the council, as we received from the Planning Commission, to rewrite the implementation program in a more simplified, shorter fashion, and we provided you with a couple of examples of a shorter way to do it.
Perfect. How could you oppose simpler and easier?
You got a 25th hour in the day to do that?
Yeah.
Mr. Tesher does.
Ah, Woody, our savior.
Yeah.
Okay. You've been so quiet tonight.
If you can implement this simply, more power to you.
Yeah, can you do that to the rest of the general plan, or just the implementation part of it?
And then the environmental impact item. Today is the final day of the public review period, so this is definitely the time to receive any comments members of the public may have on the draft EIR, as well as for city council members to make comments on the draft EIR.
And you will take into consideration Mr. Nichols' letter as a public comment on the environmental document. Is that correct?
I thought it was more of a comment on the general plan.
It was a comment specifically on the EIR as well, though.
Okay, I want to give him his.
Okay.
If he
All right, then we
planned
will.
it that way, then that should be his
Okay.
comment. Okay, does anybody, before we close, is this the last item?
Yes.
Okay, before we close on the general plan considerations for tonight, is there anybody else that wishes to speak on anything that is listed as a part of this document? Other than, okay, if you're coming up again, you can't talk about circulation element again.
Well, I just, before we move on, where did we leave Riverside and PCH?
Staff is going to come back to us with what the proposed, what it would take to make a level of service D based on the traffic projections out there, to where we can make a determination at that time whether that, and the community can then weigh in.
Okay.
Just, no, never mind. I'll ask later.
Public comment?
Public comments on the other items besides the circulation element related to the general plan?
Environmental impact report.
Yeah.
Jan Vandersloot, Newport Heights. I've submitted a packet to you concerning one of the issues that has been, that I have raised before, and that is how the new general plan and the environmental impact report reduces the significance of what is termed an ESA, or environmental sensitive area. And there was some question in the past as to whether or not the current general plan identifies ESA as environmentally sensitive area, because the staff has said in the past that ESA does not stand for environmentally sensitive area, it stands for an environmental study area. So in other words, they're reducing all of these sensitive areas that are protected by the protections that protect environmentally sensitive areas to merely being studied. That's a quantum change. And I think that change needs to be evaluated in the EIR, and the EIR does not make any evaluation at all about what would happen to what is currently designated ESA as environmental sensitive area. It makes no determination as to what happens to those areas if they're downgraded to be only studied. Because if they're studied, what are they going to find half of it now to qualify as an environmentally sensitive area? Are they going to find 2,000 feet over here to be environmentally sensitive and 10,000 feet over there not to be? So what I've handed to you is the documentation within the current general plan, namely the recreation environmental open space and the land use element, and also the local coastal program land use plan that was submitted prior to the currently revised LCP, where the acronym ESA stands for environmentally sensitive areas that are to be protected. In fact, Newport Beach has documents that go back to 1990 that refer to ESA as environmentally sensitive areas that have been identified even back 15 years ago. So I think that this is a change that is being made that can wreak all kinds of damage to what are the environmentally sensitive areas that we have today, and instead call them environmental study areas. And so that's what my purpose is tonight, is to bring to you this documentation, because I've sat in meetings. I think that Mayor Webb has been at the meeting, and I know that Councilman Ridgway has been in the meeting, where the staff has said there's nothing in the current general plan that says that an ESA means environmentally sensitive area. So I had to say at the meeting, well, let me bring that evidence to you. And so that is what I am doing tonight. I'm bringing that evidence to you that shows that ESA means environmentally sensitive area, and the staff, I think, is making a wrong determination there. I don't know why they are changing that acronym, except perhaps in my twisted, cynical, paranoid mind, think that there is a diabolical method of doing this to reduce the protections that we have in the city right now for environmentally sensitive areas, so that they can go in with paid-for consultants that will downgrade the significance of environmentally sensitive areas, because I have seen that exact same thing happen with certain of the areas in Newport Beach. So my request to you, I think the environmental impact report for the new general plan is inadequate because it does not analyze that change in designation of an ESA from an environmentally sensitive area to an environmentally study area. And I would ask the people of Newport Beach that if the city persists in calling an ESA a study area, and that we're losing all of our protections for environmental sensitive areas like Upper Newport Bay being our most valuable environmentally sensitive area, I think that people ought to reject the new general plan and stick with the one that we have. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Ridgway.
Patty, I don't know if you have a copy of Jan's handout.
We just got it.
Okay, and I don't expect an answer tonight, but I think the question is a legitimate one, and obviously if it addresses an EIR concern, we do need to answer it. So
We'll respond with all the EIR comments.
yeah, I think he brings up a point that we did adopt back in June 22nd, 1998, a general plan amendment that referred to ESAs as environmentally sensitive areas. So, thank you.
Are there any other comments related to this item on the agenda? That's item number 29.
Spokesperson for the Greenlight Residents Group. We have on this cutoff date submitted I might count 32 to 34 pages of comments on the EIR. Overall, we find it very lacking in a number of areas. We hired a consultant, Sandra Jenis, Dr. Vandersloot, Larry Porter, myself all made comments. What I've done is taken a few of the major points from Sandra Jenis's comments, and I want to make you aware of them. Obviously, the staff is going to have to respond to these. But in the EIR, we think there's a significant concern that it studies density and traffic much greater than is currently being proposed. And we don't want to see that used as a precedent for future growth and saying, well, we have a negative declaration because it has already been studied. Our proposal here is that you limit the effectiveness of the CIR to the year 2006, or maybe if you think you'll be delayed till mid-2007, so there's no connotation that this is a starter on additional growth. There's a failure to address other cumulative developments outside of Newport Beach, including GPAs in Costa Mesa, Irvine, and Huntington Beach, and the city's been well aware of these, and they can have a considerable impact. Of course, there's a question of whether they'll be passed, but that's what alternatives are for, and alternatives to be studied in the general plan amendment. Let's go to item 3, failure to consult with all public agencies providing services within the planning area, including Santa Ana Unified School District and Mesa Consolidated Water. I know I saw some comments that said the school district could not accommodate the number of students that would be produced by the increases in population that have been proposed. Those things need to be covered in an EIR if it's to be viable. Number 4, failure to consider a reasonable alternative. We've been beating the drum on the 19th Street Bridge for as long as I can remember in this process. It's opposed by all the other cities in the neighborhood, cities impacted that have a strong voice, and at the least there should be an alternative that says what the traffic would be like without the 19th Street Bridge. But we've never been able to achieve that. Going to the next page, I go back to Ms. Temple's comments on the FARs in Corona Del Mar and saying, well, 0.5 was the objective, but some of them are 0.75. And the recommendation is, well, let's let everyone go to 0.75. We oppose that. What we want to do is provide adequate parking, provide adequate circulation, and certainly giving everyone carte blanche to go to 0.75 because some people have it is not, to me, a rational way to run the city. Dropping the buildable, that's number 1, buildable acreage concept. In the current general plan, slopes are not considered buildable acreage. That prohibition has been dropped in the proposed general plan update, so if they say 20 units per acre, instead of being 20 units per buildable acre, it's 20 units of everything. There can be some very steep slopes, so they go to 30 or 40 units per acre where they can build. I don't believe that's the intent of the city, and it's a big change from what we have at present. Dropping the prohibition on subdivisions that would create, that's number 5, new dwelling units in previously developed areas. I know some residential associations are all up in arms because the proposal is to permit subdividing of lots within their subdivisions. We strongly oppose that. It ruins the quality of life or impacts the quality of life in our very nicely kept up associations and subdivisions. Well, and I think creating new extremely dense residential categories. Why do we need that kind of density in Newport Beach? This is an environmentally sensitive, high-quality residential beach bay town. Our job is to protect the environment for the use of all the people of Orange County and nationwide in some cases, and not to see how much high density we can put into the city. Certainly popular vote of the residents has opposed that. Can I finish with one statement?
Your time's up, but go ahead. Make it fast.
Thank you. We support the conclusion in the Sandra Jenis comments, which staff has been hand-delivered to staff, that is currently presented, the DEIR is thoroughly flawed in almost every facet imaginable and utterly fails to fulfill the purposes of CEQA. The document is so fundamentally and basically inadequate and conclusionary in nature that meaningful public review and comment were precluded, and the document must be revised and recirculated in accordance with Section 15088.5A4 of the CEQA guidelines. Thank you for the extension of time.
Thank you very much. One more comment.
One more comment. Unfortunately, I don't have a good joke for you tonight. Laura Dietz, Corona Del Mar. I've had the pleasure of serving for the last 3 years on the General Plan Advisory Committee, and I also have for the last 8 years been serving on the Environmental Quality Affairs Committee. So I think I have a pretty balanced perspective, and like many of my cohorts, I'm suffering from paper overload. However, I want to make 2 points. One is that the Environmental Quality Committee spent quite a bit of time reviewing the draft EIR. We have submitted what I think is approximately 20-some pages of comments for inclusion and for some comments that will obviously come back on our comments. And so I don't want Mr. Arce to leave the public with the impression that nobody's sort of been watching the shop here. Our committee spends a lot of time on this, and most of us don't have any particular agenda. And so I personally wish to state for the record and for the public that understanding draft EIRs in and of itself is an art. And one can look at it and not really understand what it is really saying and also what it is really not saying. The other point, one of the points that Mr. Arce made, and I'm sorry I don't have a copy of his memo, was about expansion of the need for the expansion of schools. If Mr. Arce and his colleagues will refer to Section 5.19 of the housing element, you will find the following statement: reduction in household size in Newport Beach between 1970 and 2000 had been the result of increased numbers of persons 65 years of age and older, and reduced numbers of child-rearing households and child population in the city. The trend is documented, and so on and so forth. So what we have here is not a burgeoning increase in the number of school children. What we do have is a burgeoning increase in the number of seniors in our community, which all of us will be members if we aren't already. So I just want to state that for the record, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to comment? All right. We will continue this discussion at the next meeting, I believe. I believe the next item on the agenda is public comments. City Clerk, would you read us our...
Public comments are invited on non-agenda items generally considered to be within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please state your name for the record.
Anybody wishing to make a public comment, now is the time to do so.
I'm sorry, my name's Mark Seitz. Are we at the end of the agenda, or are we?
No, this, we're on item We're between item 29 and 30. We have a Planning Commission agenda report.
I'll be back.
Okay. Anybody else wish public comments? Seeing none, public comments are closed. I would suggest to the council, is there anybody that has a committee report that they feel that they really need to make? Seeing none, let's go to the Planning Commission agenda. Was there something on the Planning Commission agenda that we should know about?
Only the general plan, and you've covered it all.
All right, we'll go through item number 30. Is there anybody from the public that wanted to comment on 30? Seeing none. Item 31, which is non-standard improvements at 6707 and 6709 Seashore Drive. Mr. Badum, are you going to make a report on that?
I believe this is the, Mayor and members of council, I believe this is the item that was continued at the residents' request. What's that? Went so quickly I didn't have a chance to get ready. Essentially what's involved here is an encroachment into a setback area adjacent to the bike trail on Seashore Drive. We've dealt with this parcel, I guess this is the second owner. The original owner built a set of French doors that accessed the side yard, or essentially which is adjacent to the Seashore Drive, and originally was permitted to have I think an 18-inch platform with a wrought iron rail. The new owners have extended these rock platforms, stone platforms, out to the edge of the street right-of-way, actually the bike trail, and we find it's in kind of a hazardous situation based on its proximity to the bicycles. It does impede the safe operation of a bicycle on that trail.
Where is the property line? The property line at the back of the red curb?
The property line is at the back of the red curb.
So that these are items that are constructed in the setback area?
I believe so.
If they're in the
Oh,
setback,
I'm sorry.
You got an
I'm confused here.
Yeah.
There's encroachment of 4 feet into the public right of way. I'm sorry.
Okay, so the right-of-way line is
I'm
essentially
confusing
where
this with the
wall-
other parcel.
The right-of-way line is essentially where the wall of the house is, so that there's a zero setback?
Essentially, I think there's like a 6-inch somewhere around there. I don't have the exact dimension here.
So this is an area where you would normally have a sidewalk constructed?
That would be, if this was considered a normal street, yes.
Okay. And your recommendation is a denial of the encroachment permit?
Yeah, and we go back to the what was permitted before, which was the 6-inch encroachment with the wrought iron railing adjacent to the doors.
Did anybody from the Public Works Department make any effort to let the property owner know before this was constructed that something was being done that didn't meet the requirements?
Oh, I guess on September 8th, 2005, someone from our staff observed the construction and red tagged the parcel. And additionally, there was a notice of violation issued on October 26, 2005 to remove it. When they were red tagged, they didn't stop construction. They just kept going. They ignored the stop order and they continued with the unpermitted construction until it was completed. So essentially ignored our direction.
What's going on in the surrounding area? Is there encroachments, or you could ride a bicycle?
Most of the properties along there have garages or just flat concrete adjacent to the area. It's relatively benign. It doesn't affect the operation of the trail. I guess the real issue we have here is is the height of the platform, the stone platform, and the proximity to the bike trail. And we recognize that, generally an encroachment of a 1 foot or 6 inches isn't an issue, but here we have a considerable encroachment, and it does affect, valuable public use.
Does anybody else in the council have any questions? I'd like to open this up to the public. Is the Mr. Frey here? Anybody else wish to comment on this item? See, is anybody? Okay, nobody's here to talk about this. Okay. What is the pleasure of the council?
Well, this is, to me, easy. I deny the encroachment permit and direct staff to condition the owner to remove the non-standard unpermitted improvements from the public right-of-way.
My recollection is, and I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that building didn't originally have these French doors or whatever you want to call them there. These were windows here at some point, and that I remember watching this building and thinking, gee, that was kind of weird that they put doors in. I could be wrong about that, or maybe they just changed them out or improved it. But, it wasn't originally in that state, and they slowly have.
Well, there is a history. The previous owner, I think you're right, I think there was some kind of windows there. But the previous owner changed it so they were French doors, and this property, it's kind of deja vu all over again here. We red tagged it again, initially. And that's when the city came to kind of the compromise of saying, okay, you can encroach 6 inches into the public right-of-way, and you can have this essentially, a faux patio with a wrought iron railing, which allows you to open up the double doors and get air and light without, you don't essentially have a patio, but it does give you that ability to open it up without the ability to walk out and drop off into the bike trail. So I think there was a compromise made, and it was a good compromise, and it didn't affect the bike trail. And I think that the new owner decided he was going to modify that original encroachment and go back to what I think was maybe intended originally to be built. So it's kind of odd that two property owners in a row decided they wanted to try the same thing.
Space is at a premium down there, and people, just like we have problems with the oceanfront people that are expanding out into the beach. Everybody wants a little bit more than what they have. We're going to see a similar problem when we bring up the next agenda item on the Tayback home. And, I can't see denying or giving these folks the right to encroach into the public right-of-way here and then, not give the same to the Taybacks, which I probably will not be voting that way on that agenda item. So I guess I'm not in favor of that, of what they're requesting here, and I make a motion to deny the.
I already made a motion.
And then I'll second it if it hasn't been seconded.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any further discussion from the City Council? Please vote. City Attorney.
All ayes, motion carries.
If this improvement is not removed within 30 days, what ability does the city have to go in and remove it and bill the property owner for whatever it takes for us to remove it?
We've done it before.
Yeah. Why don't you talk about it?
Take it out. It's in the city public right-of-way.
All right.
Put them on notice.
Next item on the agenda is item 32, which is 3431 Ocean Boulevard, and it's a similar item. Mr. Baden.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and members of council, as you recall at the last meeting, the property owner requested that we continue this discussion based upon the fact that he had thought he had received some kind of approval and concept from our staff. We've done some research since then, and we found that there was indeed some notation on a conceptual plan that I guess the notation was okay. And doing a little more research and talking with Mr. Wong, essentially, we feel that this okay was essentially an okay to process for an encroachment agreement. We feel that Mr. Wong, knowing his history and knowing how he does business and had done business for many years with the city, knows what the process is regarding encroachments. And encroachments of this level would certainly be escalated to the city council for discussion. This is something that we normally would not ever approve on a staff level, and would certainly bring to council. So my guess, the notation that Mr. Wong put on that particular note, on that particular plan, was really an approval to submit. It was okay for processing. Just to kind of back up a little bit, what we found was that after the city council's approval, which indeed stated that the existing improvements on the public right-of-way were to remain, the applicant came back to the Public Works Department with some ideas on how to possibly redo some of those public improvements. It's my understanding that there were several iterations of kind of concept sketches of what could be done. At one point in time, the applicant was proposing to encroach into the Inspiration Point Park to improve the access to the entry of the building, which is essentially on the side yard. In addition, there was extensive retaining walls and a proposal to put in a gate at the end of the common driveway, which is in the public right-of-way as well. So my guess is what happened was, Gilbert essentially told the applicant that these types of things are most likely not going to be approved, and that he notated on the plan finally when they were just asking for maybe some additional retaining walls and some additional space, that this was perhaps a plan that could be considered by City Council, and it may have an opportunity for approval if Council so desires. The actual comment that was written on the plans was okay with Gilbert Wong's initials, GW 15205. Regrading and re-landscaping will require general services approval, formal submittal via an encroachment permit, plan submittal should include engineering for proposed walls and retaining walls, landscape plans, elevations, and cross sections. Again, we feel this is really kind of a okay to submit kind of an deal, and not an approval in concept. Additionally, we found that there was also a letter that was transmitted from General Services dated March 10th that essentially said that they were okay for approval in concept for the proposed re-landscaping. They didn't say re-landscaping, but the implication is, as you read the notation that Gilbert put on the plan, was that grading and re-landscaping would require General Services approval. So this letter clearly is really talking about their General Services aspects of re-landscaping and not the overall project. So there might have been some miscommunication there. As a result, we came back and we sat down with the project architect, and we came up with what we thought would be a good compromise plan. The current existing retaining wall is kind of jagged in nature. Our idea was to kind of straighten that out a little bit and allow him to do that. We also felt that since the trash enclosure had been historically located in the public right-of-way in this retaining wall, that it might be considered to be okay to keep it in that current location and update it. So I think, the city staff kind of made the effort to kind of resolve the issue, and we thought we had some agreement from the client's from the applicant's architect, but we received the attached letter from the applicant's attorney saying that they weren't going to go along with that and agree with it. So I guess as it stands, the staff is recommending that we do not approve the encroachments as proposed, and of course, unless of course the council desires to kind of have some compromise with a position that the staff had previously negotiated. However, I don't think the applicant is open to that. based upon what was contained in the letter. The letter from the attorney had several comments that we felt were inappropriate. I think some half-truths and not all the facts were presented. We did prepare a response. Unfortunately, we didn't have time to distribute that to you. But if there are anything in that letter that you would like to discuss, we can certainly go through it step by step if that's something you desire.
Council have any questions of Mr. Badum?
I have a question for the city attorney. In terms of that letter, kind of, he said, she said kind of a thing, is there a reliance argument? Is there any arguments there, even if, there was a discrepancy in terms of what people said?
No, there would be no legal reliance on whether, even if it was an approval in concept, that doesn't mean an approval of the encroachment, since only the city council or the public works director would have the authority to do that.
Okay, so it's kind of a sideshow in a way then, in terms of what we want to look at tonight.
It is, but we did, I did speak with Steve, and we did think that it was important for the record for the council, and also to provide a copy to Mr. Tabak tonight, to make sure that the staff's response to that letter was part of the record. But it doesn't commit the council to any kind of action. It's my understanding that, as you said, it's more at a staff level, he said, she said, and there's no commitment on the part of the council to approve that.
Practical issue, Steve, if we were to deny the application, can they park their car?
Well, I think during the process, it's not easy. I don't think it would be easy. I think the current existing trash enclosure is kind of a little bit of a tight spot, and I think that's why we were open to essentially maybe relocating that trash enclosure. That's currently, it's kind of an angular kind of a shape. That you can kind of see that on the attached plan. But it's interesting, though, to kind of note that during the whole process when this project came through the Planning Commission and was appealed to council and went, I guess it came back a couple of times to council. We have a whole timeline here. The comments throughout that process was all those existing improvements in the public right-of-way were to remain in place. So at that time, they apparently made a finding in even the modifications. And in fact, I think I quoted that in our report, that there was actually let's see if I can find this here. Yeah, it said right here, it said that in the resolution that would accompany the denying the variance and approving the modification includes the following section, 4G, sufficient space remains for vehicular access and maneuvering as a reason for finding the modification to be consistent with the legislative intent of the municipal code. So I guess at the time of that approval, I think the applicant felt they had enough room. Personally, I think the trash enclosure does make it a little difficult to get in and out of the garage.
How wide is this lot? Roughly, approximately.
We might not have all the plans. And it looks like about
like 100 feet or something, or 60 feet
to about 30.
No, it's
30, 40?
closer to. It's between 55 and 65 feet.
Okay, 65. Is this house totally being rebuilt?
Yes.
Yes.
So it's not a remodel, or so they could have. I mean, they got a 60-foot wide lot, let's say, and it goes down to the ocean.
It goes all the way down to the beach.
Okay, so they had a tabula rasa, so to speak, here. They chose to design it in a manner that they've made it difficult to access their garage. Is that accurate?
Yeah, in fact, well, the modification that was approved allowed encroachment into the setback. There was a 10-foot setback in the front yard, and it was successively modified down to 2 foot in some locations.
But I'm just saying that there was a number of different alternative ways they could have designed this house from the ground up to avoid any of these problems and have their trash enclosure on their property and their access into their garage. You know, I mean, it's just a matter of maybe less square footage or different floor plan or different design or whatever.
Yeah,
So
in
they
fact-
chose to build a building here that created a problem, and now they want the city to solve the problem that they've created. Am I not accurate in that assessment?
I guess that sounds pretty accurate. In fact, I would add that at one point during the plan check process, Public Works did make the comment that the trash enclosure ought to be relocated onto the property. And apparently that wasn't, that recommendation was not followed. But we're looking at about a 6,700 square foot home with a 615 square foot garage.
Well, Mr. Rosansky, I'd make the
I mean,
comment. I was
six-
on the Planning Commission when this was approved, and when they asked for that encroachment, the representations were that they had plenty of room to maneuver the cars around and everything out there without moving the walls. And the Planning Commission relied on that in approving the modification.
Well, I guess, and I don't know if the applicant is here. Is the applicant here tonight or a representative? Okay. All right, you'll get your turn. I just want to make sure. You know, my feeling is, and it's not just this property, we see property owners that come to us with self-created problems. We had the agenda item just before. They had windows, they put in doors, now they need a patio, they build a patio, and they encroach, and then they want us to solve their problem. And we see this all over town, and I think, you know, people need to understand that you buy a lot, and there's certain restrictions on the use of the lot, and you need to develop your property in accordance with those restrictions, and not develop whatever you want and then let the city solve the problem for you. So, that being said, I'll leave it to my fellow council members.
Okay. Any other questions before we ask for comments from the applicant? It's your turn.
Mayor and council members, my name is Thomas Stewart. I'm with Fleetwood Joyner and Associates in Newport Beach. We're the architects representing the owner, Lawrence DeBeck. I'd like to clarify a couple of things that were just discussed with Mr. Batum. I appreciate the generally accurate summation of the issues at hand. I'd like to clarify a couple of things in terms of the sequence of approvals that we went through. I'd like to explain, I'd like to kind of read a statement and then explain, respond to some of the discussion, if I could.
Go ahead.
This encroachment is proposed as an accessory to the permit for demolition of the existing home and the construction of a new home at this address. The driveway within the right-of-way is the only public access to the home and is the last home at the end of this drive. We have followed the proper sequence of approvals recommended by the Public Works Department in getting approvals and approvals in concept before proceeding with engineering for this project. And Mr. Tebeck has already made many concessions in working with the Public Works staff, including Gilbert Wong, David Keeley from Traffic, and Richard Edmonston. In the long process, we worked with them for many months to arrive at the acceptable site plan for the approvals and concept from both Public Works and General Services. These were preliminary public approvals and concept. They were based on the alternatives that Mr. Batum summarized in terms of the side yards and the gate, which Public Works basically told us, forget about, it's not going to get approved. Two other directions from Public Works, from Gilbert Wong, was that the encroachment permit would not be linked to the approval of the house itself. They would be processed as separate permits. That's no longer the case with how this is being interpreted. Also, the concessions that Mr. Tebeck made have put him in a position of engineering what was approved at that time in the early 2005, and that engineering with these further concessions that are being discussed would force us into re-engineering and considerable expense on the owner's part. We ask you to consider the fairness to Mr. Tabak and of the unreasonable changes now required by Public Works staff at the last minute in our plan check process, which would require further engineering and review fee expense, as well as considerable time delay to the owner. At this point, resolution of this issue is holding up approval of the permit for the home itself. We ask that you honor the initial approvals to proceed that were given to us at the beginning of the plan check process and to endorse the proposed encroachment as engineered. Since the last council hearing, the owner and I have met with Public Works staff. The concessions suggested to Mr. Tabak by the staff to gain their endorsement of this encroachment were frankly rather arbitrary, and no reason was offered to explain why the original approvals are no longer acceptable, nor why the owner must shoulder the expense of re-engineering these new concessions. For these reasons, we ask that you consider approving the proposed encroachment as presented in our application for the improved public appearance of the access driveway, retaining walls, landscaping, and planters that are immediately in front of his property. I'd also like to explain that in going through the process of approval with Public Works, we were told early on and in several meetings that City Council approval would not be required because this is basically a minor encroachment. We were surprised when we learned a month ago that City Council approval would be required, and that's why we're here tonight.
I have a question. When you originally applied for the modification and appeal to the City Council for the allowance to construct into the setback area?
Yes. That was
did
after
your plans actually show that the existing wall as it stands today would not be removed?
In our application we did. We are in the process of working with Public Works for the new location.
So the City Council approved your extension into the setback area based on the notes on the plans that we were given that you would not have to remove those walls?
I believe that's correct, but we are in the process with Public Works.
Did you tell the City Council you were in the process of trying to move and change those walls at the time you were applying for the encroachment?
I don't know if that was brought up at that time.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of the applicant?
I believe when you wanted to encroach into the setback, particularly there was talk, I remember, regarding the garage access, and particularly that if you build out into that 5-foot setback or the 10-foot setback, then you wouldn't have turning capability to get in your garages with the present wall in front of the along there.
And that's why we are in the process of discussing with Public Works what would be acceptable to them as a new location.
But my point is at no time did anybody ever give you an indication that you were going to be able to cut into that hillside.
We were getting that indication from our discussions with Public Works at that time. In fact, we had originally proposed going even further into the hillside, and they said, no, come back a couple of feet. We were getting into too far into the driveway.
Specifically, when the house was first approved or looked at and approved, we talked about the fact that you were going to have a hell of a time getting into your garage if you went into the setback with your garage at the garage level, that you would have to be, back on the house. Yes. The house was going to be serving as a driveway.
Yes.
And now you're really saying, but that's not true. You had indications from staff at a later time. Well, those did not occur during the first approvals of this property. I mean, when the City Council approved the property and how to develop it, it did not include moving those front walls at all. And in fact, that was supposed to be left alone. You weren't to cut any more into the city property in front of you.
We treated it as a separate item because we were told that it would be processed entirely separately from the house itself. And in working with Public Works with David Keeley, he was concerned about the backup space that we had, and we had to demonstrate that with the proposed wall location, that it would be acceptable for backup space. And that's how we arrived at the plan that we are asking.
Well, I
permission for.
understand that, but what I guess I'm saying is that was brought up also by the city council at the time this house was originally considered in the modifications thereof.
Yes.
And it was specifically stated that if you bring your garages into that setback, you won't be able to get into them. And it was agreed that you would have to put them back on the house so that the house would actually be serving as part of the driveway just as it is now, you know, even though you were putting a basement down below it.
Yes.
So it seems to me that you tried to change the rules based on somebody's idea when you knew that you didn't have any approvals beyond that.
No, we're not trying to change the rules. We're trying to work two separate permits simultaneously, and we had an understanding with Public Works that moving that wall would be acceptable. But we didn't, in terms of processing, we didn't want to tie up our modification approval with the encroachment permit. And we recommended to do it that way.
I again only state the fact that we discussed that in the planning commission, that when, I'm not planning commission,
yes,
in the city council at the time we talked about that house and made it pretty plain that the walls in front were not to be moved. And somehow that was just
Okay.
thrown out.
I think that we've, are there any other council members that wish to ask any questions of the applicant? Thank you very much. Is there anybody else here that wishes to comment on this item?
That's your impression too, isn't it, Ed?
Yes.
Basically.
Actually, I voted against the encroachment both times.
Yeah, I did
Before-
too, to be honest with you.
Not the encroachment, but the setback.
Mr. Mayor.
Don Kazarian, Corona Del Mar. I know it's late, and maybe this isn't necessary, but I've waited all this time. I might as well speak my piece.
You have that opportunity.
This whole front yard encroachment started with a house a couple doors down, Ensign Residence. They were allowed to go underground 10 feet into the setback, and planning's reasoning was Ensign's designed a house that really opened up the view corridor. Half the roof was very low. Well, the Ensigns are gone. Somebody's bought that property, kept the 10-foot underground encroachment, and got rid of the view corridor. But that's the way it goes. But shortly after that, my recollection is Mr. Tabak came and said, well, Ensign got it. So then he got it above ground. Now we've got all these issues to deal with. It didn't make sense at the time. It doesn't make sense now. Your point, Mr. Rosiansky, is good. People should build within the rules, but when the rules start changing, everybody wants to change them. So it seems like if we just say no to these things at the start, we wouldn't be here 11:30 at night, I think, for the 5th time on this same house. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else from the public wish to comment? Seeing none, let me bring it back to council. What's your desire?
What's the recommended?
We have two options that are recommended. One is to deny the owner's request, or approve a limited expansion of the existing encroachments into the right-of-way.
I make a motion to approve recommendation number 1.
And that would be denying
Deny
the
the owner's request
encroachment
to
into the bank, right? Am I understanding right?
Yes. I second that.
Okay, please vote.
All ayes, motion carries.
Okay, we are now up to item, we've covered item 33 under the consent calendar. We now have item number 34, which is a harbor valuation, 3 studies, which is an economic evaluation, appraisal, cost of services study, and budget amendment. City Manager?
No, it's the stage of the council meeting. We see whether Dave Kiff is awake or not.
Usually the last item on the agenda.
Councilmember Ridgway is not awake.
So duly noted.
He ate all those brownies and cookies back there, so he's all sugared up, Dave.
Actually, I didn't eat them tonight. Mr. Mayor and council members, I don't know if you'd like a staff report at all or whether the written report satisfies. You do have some members of the public that I think would like to comment, but unless you have any questions for me.
I think the report is very self-sufficient, reads very.
It's along the lines of the study session that we had with
We
regard
did
to
have a
these
study
items.
session in January. We talked about looking at harbor fees from 3 perspectives, and these are
And so
bringing
this
those
is just
contracts to
a
you.
forward movement of that.
Correct. The studies themselves would come back to you.
I move that we adopt.
I want to make
I
one
second
clarification as there are some folks from the public who wanted to comment. Mike, I asked you to consider approving these in substantially similar form to the attached draft agreements. The city attorney pointed out that I should make all of those draft agreements consistent in terms of their expiration date, so my intent is to make that December 31st of '06.
Could you just go over your general findings here?
There are no findings, council member. These
You're
are contracts.
recommending
Oh, I see.
right?
That
So
I'm recommending, that the staff is recommending approval to allow the city manager to execute 3 different contracts to look at harbor fees, harbor revenues from 3 different perspectives. And the second recommended action is a budget amendment.
Studies.
Well, one's an appraisal, one's a cost of services study, and one's an economic
But
analysis.
we're not adopting a tax on an individual by one concept.
That's correct. That's entirely up to you at a later date as to how you might respond to
That's all
these.
I really wanted.
I'll amend my motion to reflect the changes that Assistant City Manager Kiff has recommended.
I'll second that. Do we have anybody from the public that wishes to comment on this item? Just because we made a motion doesn't mean we voted on it yet. And we could change it pending your testimony.
I doubt you will. My name is Mark Seitz. I'm a Harbor resident, former Harbor Committee member. Since the
Can you
days
pull the
of
microphone a little closer to you? There you go.
That better?
Thank you.
Better. Okay. Since the days of the Harbor Committee, many of the harbor users have been looking forward to a harbor fee study. The existing accounting structure for the tidelands is somewhat murky and does not differentiate between expenses and revenues related to the harbor. Those expenses and revenues attributable to other tidelands. As I'm sure you know, almost all of the harbor is considered tidelands, but all tidelands are not in the harbor. Many feel that a fair and accurate accounting of the harbor revenues and costs is long overdue. I've read through the harbor fee study and proposal several times, and I have some observations and questions. The study calls for a review of the harbor-related here I go, operations such as charter boats, moorings, residential pier fees, residential piers used for rental income, yacht clubs, and shipyards. It also lists non-harbor tidelands such as ocean piers, oceanfront encroachments, and the dory fleet. If we include the last 3 items in the harbor fee study, we have gone outside of the harbor. I'm hoping this study can be focused solely on the harbor. Otherwise, we get back into that murky area I was talking about. The harbor fee study is to have input only from the Finance Committee. The Harbor Commission is specifically excluded from the study because of potential conflicts of interest. I can assure you that there are many citizens groups that will wish to provide input to this study. I have also heard concerns that those most knowledgeable on harbor issues, the commissioners, have been excluded from the study. It seems that we might be relying too heavily on consultants and perhaps missing input that those involved in the harbor operations can provide. Unless this analysis is extremely thorough, there will likely be many challenges to any conclusions or omissions. My question will the Finance Committee be the correct venue to follow this study, and will outside input be allowed? The harbor fee study seems to be weighed heavily in identifying new revenue streams and enhancing existing ones. There are those who would like to see an analysis of existing revenue streams that are attributable to the harbor, such as vessel property taxes, but are not currently credited to the tidelands. The harbor fee study appears to be searching for accounting tools and justifications to shift some of the tideland revenues to expenses that are currently covered by the general fund. I personally feel that the harbor tidelands revenues should be designated to the harbor. The city already realizes enormous property tax revenue benefits due to the harbor. these revenues go to the general fund. Thank you. Can I answer any questions?
Anybody have any questions? Thank you very much, Mark. Anybody else wish to comment?
Just a quick question.
I guess we do have a question. Come on back up here.
What is your comment on the present method of collecting fees that is, come down from antiquity here?
Well, collecting,
does it seem fair? Is there generally, do we have?
I think we need a study.
So you would agree that the study is relatively needed. Do you have any comments on the recommendations of what's going to be studied?
Well, I think I just made my recommendations. I think there's like I say, some accounting.
But generally speaking, you think that the study proposed is going to cover what should be covered?
Well, I hope so. Like I say, we've excluded a lot of people that know a lot about the harbor. I think perhaps they should be included in some form.
Is there any way that that can be done?
I think that the city attorney needs to comment on potential conflicts of interest as far as making policy issues related to where you might have a financial interest. And I think most of the commissioners that, well, you go ahead and mention that.
Well, that's exactly the reason why we thought. And I don't think that it doesn't mean that Harbor Commission or people that have interest or knowledge about the harbor are going to be excluded from this process, as the experts are going to be seeking out that information and trying to do their analysis. So it's not necessarily that they're going to be excluded, but as far as review and decision-making or participation in the decision-making of the study, as I recall looking at it, all the commissioners have, the harbor commissioners, well, not all, but I think probably at least 4 out of 4 or 5 of them have some economic interest in one or more of the permits in the city.
Well, Robin, simply put, Ed Selich and I both own waterfront homes. We have a dock. We have a residential fee we pay. Are we going to be precluded from voting on anything related to this study?
I don't know that yet because I haven't, you aren't prevented from voting on this contract.
This item, I understand.
So the thing that I'm not clear on, and I think maybe it might be helpful for Dave to elicit from some information for you, but it was my understanding that this was not intended to study residential piers as far as it was going to look at the fees, but it was going to look at the renting of residential piers was more the interest, and not in increasing residential pier fees. To the extent that that's the case, and to the extent that there's a limitation on that, then you would not have a conflict in the rest of the study. As far as I understand, you don't have any other
But if it
interest.
were to
You don't
come
have
back,
any chaps or any other kind of fees.
I have a commercial dock.
Well, then you would probably be prohibited from
if it were to
participating
come
in that.
back and recommend that the fees on a residential pier be substantially changed, would they be impacted?
Well, that's why I'm saying we won't know until the study actually comes out of what the participation. Now, the question is how much participation does the council want to have, or how much influence does the council want to have on these independent contractors that we've hired to do this investigation? It doesn't mean that there won't be at some point in time when their study's completed and they've gathered the information that they need, that there won't be some oversight, and the council can look at that and we can come back to them with it. But that doesn't mean that it seems like to have some sort of process where you have a lot of influence or pressure on the decisions that they're making rather than the information that they're gathering and independently making that assessment, which is, I think, what we were looking more towards achieving.
Now, the Finance Committee, if I remember correctly, is a Brown Act committee, so that those meetings are all open to the public?
Yes.
Just
to make it clear.
Allow expertise on the council to comment on it? I mean, I think we want that, don't we?
We actually, as staff, are not recommending that this necessarily go to the Finance Committee. It could potentially come to you in a study session item or two, just to get a briefing from the various contractors and what they're doing and what they're up to?
I'm going to ask that this item be closed and we call for the vote.
Okay. Anybody object to that? Hearing nobody, please vote.
With Councilmember Nichols abstaining, the motion carries.
Okay. City Clerk? Motions for consideration?
Motion for reconsideration. A motion to reconsider the vote on any action taken by the City Council at either this meeting or the previous meeting may be made only by one of the council members who voted with the prevailing side.
Tonight, I personally would like to offer my condolences to the Otting family on the passing of Kathleen, who was the mother-in-law of Dolores Otting on May 31st. And I believe that Councilmember Ridgway would like to comment on the closing this meeting in memory of H. Ross Miller, who passed away last week.
Last Thursday, as Ed Romeo mentioned earlier, for all of you who knew H. Ross Miller, Ross, kind of a crotchety, tough old guy, but he had a big heart, was involved in everything that had to do with the Oasis and the senior affordable housing that we put in. He made it for the groundbreaking, and he was, I think, too ill to attend the ceremony for the opening. But I would just like to make a few comments. I certainly enjoyed Ross through the years. He was here when I was a planning commissioner, when he was representing his homeowners association, and then later the senior community. I didn't know he was a lieutenant colonel, and in 1942 he became an Air Force pilot flying B-52s in New Guinea during World War II, accumulating 13,000 flying hours. So it's extraordinary. It's an extraordinary career, 26 years, and he did retire. He fought in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. So anyhow, I personally drove Ross to many meetings. He was fairly infirm toward the end of his days, but he was always enjoyable and always had a strong voice. And so I will miss Ross, and so we'll adjourn in his honor tonight.
Thank you. I guess the meeting's adjourned.